Hello everyone, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to the 2025 Ferrari Challenge Europe season. This is round one, which gets underway here in Monza in Italy. It's a packed calendar, it's a packed grid of cars, it's packed racing, it's everything great to look forward to as Ferrari Challenge in its 33rd year gets ready to rumble off the grid. And, of course, the mix of Coppa Shell AM, Trofeo Pirelli and Trofeo Pirelli AM drivers all champing at the bit to get the season underway. And welcome to Monza, then, the Temple of Speed. It's been a while since we've been here, but it is great to be back again at this extraordinary circuit, which is steeped in so much heritage and history. Looking at the back end of the grid, and look how busy it is down there on the grid ahead of this Coppa Shell AM race. 20 drivers lined up behind that Richard Mille safety car. This is our calendar for 2025. We're here in Monza. We head 360 kilometers down Italy to Misano on the Adriatic coast before Hockenheim in Germany, Brno in the Czech Republic, then Valencia, ahead of Barcelona, Spa-Francorchamps, and then the World Finals in Mugello. Track temperature 28 degrees, the air temperature 16 degrees at the moment, and can you believe it, the track was actually damp when we arrived here this morning. No dampness on the track now. It is bone dry, ready for our racing as we look at our pole sitter. The outer house Ulrich driver Boris doing a brilliant job and putting it on pole position, which means that he gains an extra point for that pole position. Coached along the way and done a very, very good job, did his driver coach. And that's Kevin Chechon, who made sure that he was in a perfect position to take that P1. This is Sven Schirmer, the Penske Sportwagen Hamburg driver. And he has taken P4, so starts from the second row of the grid. He raced in our 488 Challenge group last year, but has elevated to 296 this year in Coppa Shell AM. So the P1 driver, the P4 driver that we've met, we'll meet some more of them, but let's meet Germana Toniella right now.
I am Germana Toniella.
And I'm Zoe Scribbias.
Nana.
Il comandante.
I don't know, please you tell me who he is. He should be my husband.
A competitor.
We're in Monza, somewhere, in the woods.
In Parabolica.
I have no idea. Why? No, because the speed is cool, the cars are cool, and he wanted to race with me.
Who is not dreaming to be a Ferrari driver? So we start with an entry level, and hopefully in the age of 150 years, I will be able to go to Formula One.
Be fast and brake well.
Don't be afraid the speed.
Ferrari means cavallino, Ferrari means speed, Ferrari means history, Ferrari means everything.
Ferrari is a symbol. Ferrari is meaning fast cars, red fast cars.
Beautiful and fast.
Driving a Ferrari and be fast.
Inspiration of the livery is a 250 GTO.
Here livery, we change a little bit the colors because we love it.
Goals for the season for me is to improve and enjoy.
To be competitive. And let's see what this will end up. I'm positive and hard work, and let's see.
No. Manuela Gosner.
Of course, my wife, because I can beat her, so it's nice for me.
He talks too much about cars, too much.
She doesn't listen when I'm talking about cars. I asked her today, how was the car? And you know what was the answer? Have 4 wheels.
Depends on what. Usually him.
My wife, of course. Happy wife, happy life. Subito amore.
Keran! No.
Jimena Toniello with her husband, Zois Grimpias then. Zois, of course, won the Coppa Am Championship last year and moves up this year into another category. But Jimena Toniello, who's qualified P16 on the grid for today's Coppa Am race, who has, Jimena has raced in Ferrari Challenge before. Zois making his debut last year and winning the Am Championship last year. So great camaraderie between the two of them. They're lovely people, and we wish them both well during the course of the season. Just 4 minutes away then from the race getting underway here at Monza for the Coppa Am Race 1. Taking a look down the grid of cars right now, and also into the cockpits of these wonderful 296 Challenge cars with von Skelterma's Stephen Earle is von Skelterma's teammate. Von Skelterma drives in the Shell category, and his teammate from Kessel Racing, Dr. Stephen Earle, racing in the Shell Am class, and Stephen Earle going from P8 on the grid, so very creditable qualifying from Dr. Stephen Earle from Texas in the USA, and well done to him. So 4th row on the grid. Very good qualifying from Pino Frascaro as well, who's going from P9 on the grid. So we're making our way down the cars right now. See the 181 car there. Just thought I'd heighten the attention to that particular car, driven by Maurizio Pittori. And there, the 115 car, familiar livery for the Shintaro Akatsu car. He drives, of course, for the Ineco Repata Corsa Ram team. Good luck, Shintaro. Have a great race. It is Boris going from P1 with Charles Chan making his debut in the Ferrari Challenge going from P2. And there, what a great shot that is with the banner right above our grid of 296 Challenge cars. And of course, when it comes to Corsa Clienti and Ferrari, so many more activities than just the Ferrari Challenge racing.
It's amazing to be back here. We were here a few months ago for Finali Mondiali under a lot of rain. So to drive the 499P on slicks in Imola is obviously a dream.
The wait between the season is too long. There's nothing like the F1.
So embracing the additional activities from Corsa Clienti, Sport Prototipi, XX programs, F1 Clienti. When you're part of the family, wow, what a family it is to be a part of. Here we are then, Monza, founded in 1922. This racing circuit, 12 turns, 4 left, 8 right-handers. Around about 20 kilometers from central Milan. Of course, this circuit built in the Royal Villa of Monza Park. And we are about ready to get the race underway. All the drivers champing at the bit then for the formation lap to come. We'll bring you the grid in full. This is Ferrari Challenge Coppa Am. It's race 1 of round 1 here in Monza 2025, the 33rd year of Ferrari Challenge, this revered one-make series. as you can see, winding its way through and up the start-finish straight here in Monza. Since we were last here, the track has been resurfaced from back to front. Here we go. Hassan Debussy, P20. Lisa Clark, P19. Friedrich Müller goes from P18 with Louis Peruskia, P17. It's Germana Toniela, P16. Alexei Komarov going from P15. They complete row 8 on row 7. We find Maurizio Pittori and Norikatsu Shibata. Then P12, it's Alvaro Ramos and Guy Favet going from P11. Then it's Alwar Mer and Pino Frascaro, they're P10 and P9, with Stephen Earle and Paolo Scudieri, P8 and P7. To the next row, which is the third row, Shintaro Akatsu and Henrik Kamstrup. They could be danger men from there. Sven Schirmer, good qualifying. Talal Shayer, good qualifying too. And then row 1, Charles Chan and Boris, P2 and P1. So on the Richard Mills safety car, let's hear from our pole sitter now.
Well, this was a good qualifying in wet condition. Yesterday we had dry, so it was a little bit of a gamble to go out with wets or with slicks. At the end, I'm very grateful to my team, AF Corse, and my coach Kevin to make the right decision. We improved fantastic, and tempo of speed is just amazing in dry as well as in wet. So I'm very, very happy with that, and let's see what the race will bring later. Thank you.
Good luck to you, Boris. You've done the best you can in qualifying. You put it on P1. You can't be any better than that. You banked a point for that pole position. And of course, critically, it gives you that one on the grid. You are the first person to show. And going into the Variante di Rettifio, that's probably a good position to be in, that first chicane, which will come along really very, very quickly. It's going to be a bit of a pinch point for our 20 drivers to make their way through there. So lined up behind the Richard Mills safety car, then making their way down towards the Curva Parabolica, having come off the Variante Ascari, that chicane, where the curbs have been lowered. So you can now take much more into and out of the Ascari chicane. Now, when it gets to the start-finish straight, then every driver, every car has to pass through their effective grid box to make sure the start remains legal and proper, and race control have access to data. And it's important that every driver sticks to their where exactly they should be on this formation lap. So the safety car will peel off into the pit lane. It then becomes the responsibility of the P1 and P2 drivers to control the pace of the rolling start. Here we go. We are about to get the first race of 2025 underway here at Monza. Absolutely side by side. To me, it looks like they're perfectly aligned. Let's see if it stays that way. Perhaps Dr. Stephen Earle trying to get champed at the bit too. Pino Frascari maybe. As now we go racing. Who's going to be first to show into that Variante Rettifio? The first chicane then, side by side they go. Henrik Kamstrup trying to dive up the inside, and he's been successful in so doing. Sven Schirmer trying to shortcut it and make moves as well, but Henrik Kamstrup up into P2. Fingers were crossed very firmly to make sure all the cars get through that first chicane perfectly okay, and I think they have done so. So the chase is on right now. The 103 car, Boris Gideon, leading the race, then being chased down by Henrik Kamstrup, who is up to P2, P3 with Shintaro Akatsu. And there, the order on the left-hand side of your screen. P4, Sven Schirmer. The big loser in the start was Charles Chan. Back down to P5. Then it's Talal Shayer and Stephen Earle, Paolo Scudieri, Pino Frascaro, P9, and Maurizio Pittori completing the top 10. So the cars scream down now. Just love the sound of those cars as they dip under the bridge, and you can see the banking of the old Parabolica center screen. And now through that Ascari chicane where the curbs are lowered, you can take much more speed right now. And Boris trying to stretch his legs a little bit away from Henrik Kamstrup. Over the last timing line, there was just under 6/10 between the two of them. You could see looking very lively, the all-black Tal Al-Share, 1-2-4-2-9-6, trying to get to the inside of the parabolica here and make a move on Charles Chan. So Tal Al-Share side by side as they head up towards the timing line right now. Next in his target sights will be Sven Schirmer. So as they cross the timing line, 6/10 between P1 and P2. And now coming back at Henrik Kamstrup is Shintaro Akatsu, getting ever so close. Was it Sven Schirmer again that maybe shortcutted that chicane? And Tal Al-Share right behind. There he is, Tal Al-Share, having usurped Charles Chan. So the start is, I'm told, under investigation. There were one or two cars, as I pointed out, that maybe went a bit earlier, or maybe were out of position. We let race control analyze all the data that is available to them to decide who did what and where and when and whether it was right or wrong. So you can see Paolo Scudieri just tucking in front of Maurizio Pittori, and Paolo Scudieri then chasing down Stephen Earle, who is driving the number 100 car ahead, which is running in P7 at the moment. And just, you could see that Stephen Earle just showed his face to the Charles Chan car ahead. So Boris Gideon, Outer House Ulrich. Formula Racing for Henrik Kamstrup. They are P1 and P2 at the Mo. Then it's Shintaro Akatsu. Then it is Sven Schirmer. Now Sven Schirmer is under pressure from Tal Al-Share, and Charles Chan equally is under pressure from Stephen Earle. So two little battles going on there. One is for P4 and the other one is for P5. There's an incident in turn 1 under investigation. That will be one or two drivers shortcutting that chicane. Now, there would be an argument to say shortcutting it because trying to avoid contact. It's getting ever closer to Boris Gideon as there. One car makes contact with the barriers. That spins the car across into Tal Al-Share. And another one is collected at the same time as well. That inevitably, I would suggest, is going to be a race stoppage. So Boris Gideon now, I'm pretty sure, I want to see who it was that actually got onto the grass and made contact with the barriers before being spat out across the track. I know Tal Al-Share, I think it was Stephen Earle that actually was on the grass and then into the barriers and then spun out onto the tarmac. Safety car has been called for, quelle surprise. And it was Tal Al-Share and Charles Chan, I'm sure, is involved in that as well, because those three are dropping down the order now. A really, really unfortunate incident. And we make sure that the drivers are perfectly okay, of course. I mean, the integral safety of these 296 Challenge cars, remarkable. But it was a move for position, to be fair. Probably from Stephen Earle, maybe just catching the grass. I mean, I need to have a look. It happened at such a fleeting pace that I can't be sure, and I don't want to call it incorrectly. So, well, out of the car and perfectly okay, which, and you can hear the applause there, is always the most important thing, because that looked really, really quite frightening. Let's get a replay of the start right now while we're... Now, did Henrik Kamstrup go before he should have done? There was contact there on Tal Al-Share from Henrik Kamstrup, or Tal Al-Share on Henrik Kamstrup. And there you can see going into, that was where Henrik Kamstrup made up 2 places. Now, also making up a number of places were Shintaro Akatsu and Sven Schirmer, because they had to take avoiding action by shortcutting the chicane. You can see it from here, but 1 or 2 drivers taking advantage of that, arguably, and not having to shortcut the tip of the chicane, if you will. But perhaps choosing to do so because, of course, it was a shorter route through. Just saying. There you can see Germano Toniella. And in replay, Well, that's the reason behind that. Stephen Earle actually got a shove, I think, from Charles Chan, which pushed Stephen Earle into Talal Shayer, who in turn, Charles Chan did get caught out in it as well. Well, that's really, really good to see that Dr. Stephen Earle is out of the car and perfectly okay. I reckon, and it is only conjecture on my part, that it was just a braking point missed, perhaps from Charles Chan, who just touched the back end of the Stephen Earle car, but a touch at that speed, probably, as Stephen Earle was just about to brake, meant that it was enough just to unsettle the back end of the car and send it around. And in turn, getting spat out by the barriers into the oncoming traffic of Talal Shayer, and we get a red flag, so the race is suspended. So first race, and there you can see medical car on the scene straight away, and making sure that the Ferrari Challenge drivers are perfectly okay. Always going to be checked over. There you can see the 199 car of Alexei Komarov. Alexei driving that 296 Challenge car, numbered 199. So Alexei running in P11 at the moment, incidentally. So red flag, and so in the case of that stoppage, we have lost Talal Shayer, Stephen Earle, Charles Chan, Maurizio Pittori. The information we're hearing is that all the drivers are okay. Of course, they're going to be checked over. But it was, yeah, scary going into that first chicane. Turns 1 and 2, the Variante di Rettifio. Just a touch on the back of the Stephen Earle car, sent it into the barriers. At that point, nothing other than a passenger hitting the barriers at a really, really high speed, which then pirouetted the car across the track, picking up on the Talal Shayer car and also Charles Chan as well. And that's what happened. But we believe, we're told, all drivers are okay, which is the best news that we can hear, of course. The race led by Boris Gideon, with Henrik Kamstrup P2, Shintaro Akatsu P3, then it is Sven Schirmer, Pino Frascaro, Norikatsu Shibata, Paolo Scudieri, Guy Favre, Louis Peruskia, and Hassan Debussy, rounding out the top 10. Good driving from Hassan Debussy, who, bear in mind, started right at the back of the pack because he wasn't able to set a time in qualifying because his car ended up in the barriers in quali. So, yeah, good driving from Hassan Debussy, who must have made the most progress, I would suggest. Yes, up 10 places, you can see from the progress chart on the left-hand side of your screen. And Shibata moving up 7 places as well. 8 places for Louis Peruskia. Now, of course, 1 or 2 have dropped by the wayside, but nonetheless, very good progress having been made. And there is the Hassan Debussy car that I was talking about. All cars coming back into the pit lane, then being brought in by the Richard Mille safety car, because we have got a red flag for the recovery operation and probably barrier repairs as well. So, red flags flying. And the clock has stopped at, what do we have left? 22.5 minutes plus a lap in this opening Ferrari Challenge race. Coppa Shell Am. We're live from the Monza circuit, the Temple of Speed, where it's a formidable circuit which, in so many ways, does not take prisoners. As has been found by the likes of Stephen Earle and Charles Chan and Talal Shayer. So all the cars coming into the pit lane, and where our broadcast studio is located, we're just above the pit lane, and I can see exactly what you can see through the window here. Next in the queue is going to be the 168 car of Shimano Toniella, the yellow and green machine. There it is. And that will be followed by the 155 car of Friedrich Müller. So spectators here to enjoy Ferrari Challenge racing. It's always a huge weekend, the Ferrari Challenge weekend, because the paddock becomes a absolutely brilliant place to be before any racing gets underway. Lots to see and enjoy in the paddock here at Monza. And that will be the case across all the calendar for 2025. And it is a really eclectic calendar because from here we travel some 360 kilometers down through Italy onto the Adriatic coast to Misano, which is where round 2 will be held in a couple of weeks' time. Then it's off to Germany and the Hockenheim Ring. Then Brno in the Czech Republic before Valencia starts a 2-date deal we've got in Spain. And then Barcelona is the second one. And after Barcelona, it's Spa-Francorchamps, and Finale Mondiale is Mugello for 2025. So that is the calendar for 2025. And those, all the cars then that have been brought safely back into the pit lane. And we'll await news from race control. Meantime, let's go down into the pit lane because I think the lovely Ludovica, always smiling, always happy, is standing by. Ludovica, who do you have there?
I'll try here in Monza. We're always smiling for this incredible circuit and track, but I'm here in the pit lane with Matteo Braga of Pirelli for discover more the reaction of the new wheels for this 2025.
Yeah, let's say that today was quite an interesting day because we started with a track that was in damp conditions. So the first qualifying was mainly on wet tires, and then gradually we switched to the slicks. And we have seen all the drivers that they were choosing what was the best product, trying to suit with the conditions. The new wet behaved very well, and we had few drivers that were quicker on wets than on dry.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Ludovica. That's very interesting that, of course, it is the driver's choice. And certainly when it came to qualifying earlier on today, and particularly with the Coppa AM drivers, the track was deemed a wet track. And the new wet weather tyres, of course, Pirelli, a long-term and long-time partner of the Ferrari Challenge. Very interesting to hear wet tyres performing very, very well. And in the right circumstance, of course, proving to be the tyres to be on. But it's always this gamble. Is gamble the right word? Perhaps not. Always this decision to be made. When do you switch from the wet tyres onto the slick tyres? And some drivers choosing to go a bit earlier than others. Others preferring safety. And ironically, Boris Gideon was one of those during qualifying today. Now, he put the car in pole position because there was discussions about whether to run on the slick tyres. Others in Coppa AM were doing that. Kevin, Boris's driver coach, said, no, we're going to stick with the wet weathers. We're going to drop the pressures a couple of PSI, and clearly it was enough for Boris to be able to take pole position. So it was the right decision. It was a bit of a combination decision between the driver and the coach, but I think Kevin, the coach, had the wherewithal to say, no, I think this is the right thing to do. And quite clearly he was right because Boris put it on pole position. So there we are. That's the story of qualifying a little bit in damp conditions earlier on today, but the track was drying out, but it wasn't quite drying out enough to gain a significant advantage on the slick tyres. So we are in a position where the race has been stopped. The race has been stopped because of a collision out on track, which involves Stephen Earle, Charles Chan, Talal Shire. And those drivers are perfectly okay, but there was some damage done to the barriers as well. So that's what's being cleared up and sorted as we speak. And while that operation continues, here are some highlights for you to enjoy. So as we are enjoying these highlights, just to bring you up to speed, there's no information yet as to when the race will resume. Just waiting for the recovery to be completed. Ordinarily, race control send us a message to say the race is going to resume at a certain time. We've not received that information yet, so we can't bring that to you, but as soon as we have that, rest assured, we will. So in a state of awaiting those that are in the position to make the decisions. And as soon as we know what's happening, of course, we will bring it to you. We're live from Monza, where our Coppa race has been suspended momentarily. And you're enjoying some of the images we were able to garner from the first 8 minutes or so of racing. So there we have it then. Some of the images that we were able to record from the 8 minutes or so of racing that we had before the race was suspended and brought under red flag conditions by race control following the accident, which involved Tal Al-Shaair, Stephen Earle, Charles Chan and Maurizio Pittori as well, potentially. I'm just unsure whether Maurizio Pittori had stopped before that or not, but maybe involved as well. So running P11 is Alexei Komarov, and Alexei Komarov there you could see, and Alexei in that car. Of course, a different car to that he raced last year, because last year he was in the 488 challenge, but Alexei Komarov running in the 296 this year, engineered by Scuderia Prague. Now we can see cars being jostled around in the pit lane, and that is to get the cars into the right order, to bring them back into the correct order, ready to go back to racing. So I would suggest that this is a relatively positive indication that we will be going back to racing relatively quickly, because the cars, as I say, being jostled around in the pit lane to make sure they're in the right order. I think it was Louis Peruskia that you could see there being pushed in front, quite rightly, of Hassan Debussy, who has made it up to P10. A brilliant job done by Hassan Debussy. Now, let's not lose sight of the fact that a number of cars have dropped off the chart, and Hassan was able to take advantage of that. But Hassan himself having to do a lot of work following a disastrous qualifying where he finished plumb last through making contact with the barriers. And I have to say, credit to the team for getting the Hassan Debussy car back out again. Well done, Formula Racing, because there was quite some damage to the front of the car, but they did get it done, and he was back out again, which was really, really good to see. The front of the car, slightly different colour to the rest of the 296 Challenge car, but Hassan Debussy, good to see he is back out. But of course, by dint of not being able to post a lap during qualifying, he had to start from the very back of the pack. And he has made up, I think, some... well, where is he? Let's work it out for ourselves. He's running P10, so he will have made up exactly 10 positions because he started right at the back of the pack. So well done, Hassan Debussy. Undoubtedly, as I say, taking advantage of the fact that some drivers had dropped down the order. Well, Nico, never the way we want to see a race start, but unfortunately incidents happen, and it's not always easy to ascertain exactly what went on, but I hope I called it as I saw it. And interestingly, I know Ludovica is down there in the pit lane working hard, but still smiling furiously as she runs like an Olympiad up and down the pit lane, finding people to talk to, including none other than a former Ferrari Challenge superstar, Stefano Guy with Ludovica.
Thank you, guys. Here we are with Stefano for discover more about the performances of your two drivers here in this category of Paolo Scudieri and Eric Kamstrup.
See, they are doing very, very well. Eric did a fantastic start. He passed many cars in the first, at the beginning, and he did 2 laps before the red flag in P2. So with an amazing pace compared to the car that was leading the race. So we can fight for P1 for sure. Also, Paolo did a good job. He stayed a little bit more in the back than Eric at the moment, but he has an amazing pace to pass other car and finish. We have the potential to stay on the podium also for Paolo, and let's see now when the race will start again after the red flag. We see what can happen.
Stefano, the last one, I promise, another important success for you, for Fabrizio Fontana, in this morning that made a perfect debut here in Monza.
See, first race with the 296 for him, first race in the new category Coppa Shell. He did a fantastic pole position, more than 2/10 faster than the second car. And so I hope that the race of this afternoon can be good for him also for his first start from P1, from pole position. And let's see.
Thank you so much. Ciao. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Ludovica, and thank you, Stefano Guy. Great news I can bring you is that we are about 9 minutes and 10 seconds away from the race resuming. So we will go back to racing, and that race is going to resume. Our Coppa Shell race is going to resume at 14:40, which is in exactly 9 minutes' time from now. So we will be going back to racing. Thanks to Ludovica, thanks to Stefano Guy. Stefano Guy talking about Paolo Scudieri and also talking about Fabrizio Fontana, 2 drivers that he coaches very, very well indeed. And yes, Paolo Scudieri currently sitting P7. And Paolo Scudieri, a driver you never bet against in Ferrari Challenge Coppa Shell, that's for sure. So great shot there of the 120 car, which is Guy Favet or Guy 4. He likes being called both names, to be honest, which is why we sometimes say Guy Favet and Guy 4, because he likes them both. But he's looking very, very good in P8 at the moment in the 120 car, and that's a great shot. I was explaining just what the paddock is like at a Ferrari Challenge event. It's an enormous event, and there you can see the hospitality and the Pirelli garages, and of course to the right-hand side, all the team's hospitality and the team's trucks and the garages as well. Is the paddock becomes a really colourful place, and it's very vibrant. And a great thing about the Ferrari Challenge paddock is that the drivers are all so approachable and so fan-friendly also, and it's just a really good place to be. So I urge you, if you get the opportunity to attend a Ferrari Challenge event in person, then you really should do so. I promise you, you won't be disappointed. So when the race was brought under the control of a red flag and stopped effectively, it was Boris Gideon leading from Henrik Kamstrup and Shintaro Akatsu, with Sven Schirmer doing a good job in P4 and Pino Frascaro as well, a very creditable P5. Those were the top 5 drivers. You can see Daniel Mancinelli there, driver coach. You can just see to the left-hand side of your picture. A lot of our racing drivers in the Ferrari Challenge choose to use driver coaches, as we heard from Stefano Guy. He is one of those. Daniel Mancinelli, another one. Andrea Fausti, another one. I could mention so many of them. And those driver coaches play an integral part in how the Ferrari Challenge drivers develop. And, of course, we've seen so much success in Ferrari Challenge. From the 4 categories, of course, we have Coppa Shell AM, which we are watching right now. We have Coppa Shell, we have Trofeo Pirelli AM, and then we have Trofeo Pirelli. And so many drivers have gone on to supreme professional careers in motorsport, having driven in Ferrari Challenge, Trofeo Pirelli particularly. It never ceases to be of some delight to see names that we have talked about in the Ferrari Challenge doing great things in other categories of motor racing, having honed their craft, if I can be so bold, in the Ferrari Challenge. Right, where are we at now? It's just a few moments away from the race getting back underway as we look at the wonderful power plant that propels these 296 Challenge cars. What a magnificent car. Let's go inside, and right to the left-hand side is a big safety bulkhead that is between the driver and the back end of the car, which is why the drivers have a rear-view screen on the dashboard rather than a traditional rear-view mirror, because that safety bulkhead protecting the driver, and that's why they have cameras in the back of the car which project the rearward image onto this screen, and all the drivers love that because it gives them a much more expansive view of what's behind them than the old traditional rear view mirror. It's just another one of the innovations that are constantly being developed by Ferrari to make these cars utterly brilliant, Nico.
Yeah, brilliant and safe, and I mean, in instances like this safety is really important. And thumbs up from our drivers in the pit lane about 5 minutes away from the restart. And this is obviously very difficult also for the drivers who now have to sit and wait and be idle when they've gone through their preparation routine, and now they really for a long time don't know when they will restart, and now have to rebuild the tension. And that's not an easy thing for a professional. Which not all our Coppa Shell AM competitors are. So it's a tough ask, but they will do the best they can.
And that's why they have great teams behind them, and driver coaches and team managers and such like. All these people extraordinarily skilled at being able to get the best from their drivers and also put them into the best possible position to pick themselves up after a stoppage like this. A great shot of an architecturally pleasing building here at the Monza circuit. Simple but effective, and there is one Mr. Luca Engstler. You can see there by the tyre trolley. Get the air gun out, Luca, and the hand gun, and you could be changing a tyre. Luca Engstler, of course, another top racing driver who, of course, has raced in the Ferrari Challenge, and goodness me, it makes me feel very old actually seeing Luca Engstler. And, of course, his father, Franz, another fantastic driver who has been so successful in the Ferrari Challenge, as well as many other categories of racing as well. The Ferrari Challenge, reaches out and embraces lots and lots of drivers with extraordinary success and history and heritage. And, of course, the Ferrari Challenge, not only here in Europe, but also in Japan and the UK and Australasia and North America, too. It stretches far and wide, Nico.
Yeah, absolutely, and it unites those with a passion for the prancing horse. And I mean, we're looking way ahead, but at the end of the calendar there will be the big world final event in Mugello traditionally, and that will unite the drivers from all those regions and those activities, and much more than just the challenge as well.
I know, and we saw earlier on in our program, the Corsa Clienti program from Ferrari, which involves, of course, the Ferrari Challenge in all its guises, but so much more than that. The FXX cars from the XX programs, the F1 Clienti, the Sport Prototipi, there is so much. And you were mentioning there the Finale Mondiali, which of course comes right at the end of our calendar year for 2025 in Mugello this year. Many people asked me to describe what the experience of Finale Mondiali is like, and it's almost impossible. And I say now that, we have hosted Finale Mondialis in some extraordinary places, including Valencia and Abu Dhabi and Daytona and Imola and Mugello and Monza, indeed. It's an enormous event, and I struggle to be able to explain to people what an event it is, because it is an utter event.
Absolutely, and it's always been an utter event, but since we started with this and we had the pleasure and honor of being part of it, it has quadrupled in size and dimension and activities, not only by virtue of being there being more challenge series across the world, but just the scale. And obviously we had the pleasure of having Le Mans winners with the hypercar in recent season, also part of that event, which just added that sprinkle of gold if you needed any. It just made it even more impressive.
Forgive me, two-time Le Mans winners. I just thought I'd mention that.
Sure.
It was absolutely awesome. And there again, talking of young talent, Niklas Nielsen, forgive me, it wasn't so many years ago he was racing in Ferrari Challenge Trofeo Pirelli for Formula Racing.
Absolutely,
Just
and
thought I'd mention
took the title, and I mean, what a career path.
I can remember him as a kid in single-seaters. I don't want to admit that, but I can, you know, I'm so old.
Yeah.
Right.
Possibly.
Enough of that. We are now merely a minute away from the race getting back underway. Ferrari Challenge, Coppa Shell Am here. We're live from Monza. Hugely pleased that you're joining us. Apologies, we have had to have a small suspension in race activities because of a very unfortunate accident, and it was just one of those things that happens. Motor racing can be oh so beautiful, but it can be brutal as well sometimes, and yes. And the drivers come from far and wide. There you could see the collection being represented by a baseball cap, the Ferrari dealer in Miami. And of course we have drivers from Miami racing in the Ferrari Challenge in Europe as well, and Ray Acosta and Dylan Medler, who digging deep into my memory quotient to make sure I get the right drivers. What was it, 22 different nationalities this year in the Ferrari Challenge in Europe? It's remarkable, a remarkable achievement.
Absolutely, and now we go back green. The clock will start ticking, or has started ticking. We will be behind the safety car as the cars file out of pit lane. It's at least going to be one lap behind the safety car, possibly two. We will find out, and then the race will be back under green flag conditions, or so we think. So the cars coming out of pit lane, and you can see one after the other in the sequence that they had come in, gridding up behind the safety car. Obviously, whenever the start takes place, it will not be double file, but it will be a single file restart, as usually the case behind the safety car. But now, obviously, the drivers will have to get temperature back into the tires, back into the brakes, before we can go back racing safely. There you can see still some liquid that has been absorbed, but the remnants, obviously, they're still on the track on the exit of the chicane. And the look from the Richard Mille safety car back on to Boris Gideon, Henry Kamstrup, and the rest of the drivers and the cars.
Indeed so, Nico. It's at this point they pick themselves up, don't they, and get ready to go back at it again. And right, I am really impressed with so many drivers in Coppa Shell Am. And you made the point earlier on, you know, you kind of build yourself up ready, don't you, you know, and then when it stops and you've got to do it all over again, made of stern stuff, you know. The safety car is going to come in at the conclusion of this lap, and the Richard Mille safety car then, with its lights ablazing atop the car, those lights will go out, which is a visual indication to the drivers that the safety car is coming in. Now, of course, they've been advised by radio as well, because there is a huge emphasis put on communications with the drivers, so they will be well aware of the fact that the safety car will be coming in. It will then become the responsibility of Boris Gideon to control the pace of the restart, Nico. And, of course, someone that will be trying to ascertain and identify and guess when Boris is going to give it 100% on the loud pedal, I suggest would be one Mr. H. Kamstrup, followed by one Mr. S. Baketsu.
And everybody else behind them.
Everybody else, yes.
Yes, pretty much.
That's fair.
And obviously the rule is he will determine the pace, but once he accelerates, he's not allowed to decelerate. So
no,
once you go, you go.
You stay accelerated.
Indeed, and the safety car will pull away to give Boris Gideon some flexibility as to that moment that he chooses to take.
I'm just hearing that all the drivers that were involved in that incident, of course, have been taken to the medical centre for checks. That's the latest information we have, and we know that the medical team were on site immediately, and they've been taken off just for precautionary checks. So great to hear that. Right, we get ready to go again, and there you can see. I think Boris has done a really good job there, because Let's Go Racing once again as. There you can see the gap between P1 and P2. If anyone is closest, I think it's Sven Schirmer for the P3 place, potentially. There is Boris Gideon. Henrik Kamstrup running P2. Then it is Shintaro Akatsu, then Sven Schirmer, Pino Frascaro, Norikatsu, Shibata, Paolo Scudieri, Guy Favre. They are the top 8 with Louis Peruscu and Hassan Debussy. Right from the back of the pack is up to P10. There, I said Sven Schirmer is the one that's looking pretty lively here. This is for a podium place, and Sven Schirmer, who, I mean, we're littered with characters in the Ferrari Challenge across all the categories, but Sven Schirmer is most definitely one of those. I was speaking to him actually and wishing him well for the race just before coming up to our commentary studio here, and he is great fun. He was telling me about how he didn't listen to his driver coach during qualifying. He said, I will now, but now the coach will get it wrong.
Yeah.
So really interesting. They have a great relationship, of course, and that's why it works so well with driver coaches and drivers. You know, you have to have that bond. But Henrik Kamstrup has got to find a way to narrow down that gap of a second between himself and Boris Gideon. Boris is looking good. Oh, Pino Frascaro is going to get a drive-through penalty, Nico, for an incorrect starting alignment. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Pino had done a good job. He's up to P7, but race control can ascertain where a driver is at. Now, I reckon that's from the original start.
Yeah, it must be, because there is no real starting alignment unless he overtook someone ahead of the safety car line. That would prompt a different message. There you can see a long, long gap, and I think that means that Pino's already come into the pit lane, and he won't be very happy. Yeah, indeed he has, and as the drivers and the grid compresses effectively in the braking zone before they stretch out as they accelerate again. No overtaking since the restart. Not that we could see anyway, and there is Pino Frascaro.
Yeah. Well, you know, he's taken it early, probably wise to do that, so Pino will get himself back out again and try and work his way back up the order. I think to get back into that P7 position will be a tall order, but he will give it his best shot in the 16 3/4 minutes remaining plus one lap of this race here, live from Monza. So we're watching our race leader here, Boris Gideon, P1, and leading by just under a second, Henrik Kamstrup. Henrik Kamstrup is keeping within a second, and you know, he's keeping him keen, keeping him mean, you know, making sure that his rear-view screen is still full of the all-blue Henrik Kamstrup car. The rest of the pack there, including the orange and blue colours of Lisa Clark, who's one of our, I hate to say this, well-travelled racers. I don't hate to say it, but she does a lot of racing, does Lisa Clark, and very, very creditable driver, racing in the States and racing in the UK as on occasions, as well as here in Europe too. So Lisa and Jeff Westphal, one of her driver coaches. Jeff is here this weekend, and I always enjoy chatting to Jeff, but Lisa is coming under a bit of pressure right now from Hassan Debussy. Now, Hassan Debussy is putting the pressure on Louis Peruscu. Beg your pardon. Lisa Clark is dropping down now, I think, Nico.
Yeah, I think it's Trinidad Ramos who is actually right behind her, and there is Debussy and Meyer.
Yeah. So it's Ramos. Forgive me, it's Ramos then who is just pushing Lisa hard at the moment. Lisa currently running in P12, so king of the late breakers going into the chicane. A number of drivers right at the start of the race made something of a shortcut through there, but everyone keeping it within the white lines right now, which is what they're supposed to do, of course. So, yeah, good to watch Alvaro Ramos here in the number 150 car. Hails from Portugal, if memory serves me.
Absolutely, had a great conversation with him back in the Algarve circuit last year.
Yes,
got,
with those
his own
really
race.
lovely cherries. Forgive me. Always thinking of my belly.
Yeah, that was his home race, obviously, and it's his second season in the Ferrari Challenge, and there you can see he is making strides, and he's putting the pressure on the driver and drivers ahead of him.
But Lisa Clark is wily. She knows how to drive defensively, and it's perfectly within her right to protect her track position, which is exactly what she's doing. And whilst doing that, she is keeping an eye on Louis Perusquia ahead. So she's in this invidious position of hunting but being hunted at the same time. You're the meat in the sandwich, aren't you? You've got to try and defend but attack at the same time, and that's not easy to do. So Lisa Clark in the 130 car here in the Ferrari Challenge Coppa Chelan. We're live from Monza, and there you can see that gaggle of cars with Germana Toniella in the green and yellow car running in P14. Then it's Friedrich Müller, P15 at the moment, and Pino Frescaro, having served his drive-through penalty, is back into P16, Nico, but he's way down the order now.
Yeah, absolutely. Boris Gideon had built quite a lead, but Henrik Kamstrup has closed that. However, it came at the expense of a track limit warning, so good and bad news at the same time. There is the battle between Shibata and Scudieri, and Scudieri's trying to get on terms and onto P5. There is the battle. We resume again. Mexico, the US, and Portugal involved in a battle.
They're all sort of concertinaing up here, aren't they? This is going to turn out very good. It's the fight that we can see going on for P11, and just proves the point that often in motor racing, some of the best battles you can see are not necessarily for the lead of the race. It's much further down the order, and that's clearly the case here as well, where the battle is going on for P5 with Shibata defending from Paolo Scudieri. There is Hassan Debussy. Let's go back to this battle then for P5. Paolo Scudieri then in the familiar colours, red and blue colours of Paolo's car. Thanks, Paolo. You've kept us a livery that we could recognise this season. A number of drivers have changed their liveries, but Paolo, one of those that has stayed with his traditional colours, and we're pleased about that, if only for purely selfish reasons. So, and just in the background, you can see the Guy Favre car. Meantime, Sven Schirmer getting a little bit closer to Shitaro Akatsu. We've got, what have we got? 12 minutes plus a lap still to come in this race. Still plenty of time for moves to be made here, I would suggest, before the end of this race. But the Autohaus Ulrich driver Boris Gideon, who is leading the race, still maintains a second ahead of Henrik Kamstrup. Henrik has just taken another 10th out of him, though. Just thought I'd mention it.
Yeah, fastest lap for Henrik Kamstrup, and there we pick him up, and he's rightfully in P2. I think Boris Gideon is managing that fairly well, but all it sometimes takes is a small error, a little bit late on the brakes, a little bit early on the brakes, and Henrik Kamstrup will be right behind him. And once he's in striking distance, the game would be on. But for now, all good. Sven Schirmer also with very good sector times, and he is closing in. He's definitely closing in the background on Shintaro Akatsu.
So it's sort of a fight going on for P1, a fight going on for P3 as well. The one thing I've noticed, having watched Boris and also Henrik in his quest to get closer to Boris is a little more ragged, he's a little bit more aggressive, which of course he needs to be. But where Boris, and it's paying dividends for him, he's super smooth at the moment and just able to control everything, whereas Henrik is just having to push the envelope a bit more, isn't he, to try and get on terms with him. Just saying that Boris is super smooth, and I tend to agree with what you're saying. I think he's managing this gap, and I'm not going to say he's playing with him behind, but he's very aware of where he is, and he's keeping a safe distance ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, Monza is one of those circuits where obviously you have a setup in the car that's good for high speeds, but there is still also a little bit of compromise, and it can be that the setup is just a little bit different, that Kamstrup needs to fight a little bit more in the turns, whereas Boris Gideon is just a little bit smoother through there, helped by a little bit of a different aerodynamic setup. Obviously the car's identical as such, and now there's a eclectic mix of colors and styles and positions.
It's going to be very exciting before the end of the race. Now, Germana Toniella has turned the wick up here on Alvaro Ramos. Alvaro Ramos, in turn, is still chasing down Lisa Clark. And he's closer to Lisa now than he has been. And he's going to take a look at the inside. Lisa Clark flashing her lights at Louis Perusquia ahead. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars all involved in this battle that is going on. Alvaro is closest to Lisa Clark, and all of them perfectly accurately through the chicane, which is not can be said for all the drivers all of the time. But on that occasion, absolutely perfect. There is Shintaro Akatsu running in P3 with Henrik Kamstrup in the distance up ahead, but right behind him is the Penske Sportwagen Hamburg driver Sven Schirmer. Sven, who I mentioned earlier on in the program, was driving in the 488 Challenge Evo last year, but up into the 296s this year and really enjoying himself. So there he is in the brightly colored 296 Challenge car, continuing to chase down Shintaro Akatsu. Fastest lap comes from Sven Schirmer. That's interesting. What do we got? 8 3/4 minutes plus a lap remaining. And Paolo Scudieri continuing to chase down the number 110 car driven by Norikatsu Shibata.
Yeah, meanwhile, Boris Gideon has now stretched his lead to 1.8, make that 2.1 seconds. So on the last lap, he was a full second almost quicker. So now he's for the first time in this race really a gap that is that justifies that description. So 8 minutes remaining. The focus certainly is on Sven Schirmer, it's on Paolo Scudieri, and obviously our multicolored battlefield around the positions 11, 12, 13, 14, all the way through number 579. Well, not quite as much, but it was really, really interesting to see what will happen from that duel, and that's what we pick up again.
Well, Alvaro Ramos goes inside, outside, tries to take a look. Lisa Clark places the car perfectly right in the middle of the track, which is her right to do. It's all very well being quicker than the car in front of you. You've got to find a way by. And as I say, Lisa has done so much racing. She's very, very skilled at racecraft and knows how to win races, knows how to take places, knows how to defend when it's necessary. If I may say so, the one that's able to take advantage of this momentarily is Louis Peruskia, who of course is just able to, the more they can fight behind him, the happier he is, because it just protects his P11 position. But Lisa sets about getting after him right now. And here comes Alvaro Ramos. And meantime, Paolo Scudieri, who spent lap after lap after lap, probably being encouraged by his driver coach to put a move on Shibata, but has not been able to do so. Is he going to do it now? Takes a look at the inside. Paolo Scudieri, though, does he carry too much speed? The classic switchback there. And is there going to be a double switchback as Paolo Scudieri has the last laugh? Side by side they go. Start finish straight then over the timing line. It looks like Paolo Scudieri is going to have the inside line for the chicane. Now this is extraordinary. Norikatsu Shibata and Paolo Scudieri, king of the late breakers. Scudieri breaks. He's got the overtake done. Absolutely. I thought it was all going to go horribly wrong for him, but it didn't. So the original switchback. But then Paolo Scudieri was able to come back on the second one. And when he did that, he made it stick. But Shibata is not finished with this yet. And meantime, Lisa Clark has got by Louis Peruskia. So now Louis is going to have Alvaro Ramos. But Louis is not done with this either as they go side by side all the way around the Curva Grande. Look at this. I'm hearing that Paolo Scudieri has got a time penalty for track limits. Yes, there it is on screen, car 101. A time penalty for track limits of 5 seconds. So that's going to take him down the order, regrettably, after giving us one of the most entertaining overtakes of this race. I have absolutely no influence with race control, but you feel like, oh goodness, you know, that's really, really unfortunate for him because he did a great job in entertaining us. However, he's paying a price for track limits. Never mind. Boris Gideon, Henrik Kamstrup, Shintaro Akatsu, Sven Schirmer, and it is Paolo Scudieri up into P5 on track, but he has got a 5-second time penalty to come. then it is Shibata, Guy Favre, Alexei Komarov, P8, and Sven Schirmer very nearly putting it to the inside of Shintaro Akatsu. Far from all over yet, with 4.5 minutes still to run. The gap that Boris Gideon has been able to build over our P2 driver Henrik Kamstrup is up to 3.3 seconds right now. So very good job being done by Boris Gideon, who's just managing this race absolutely perfectly. Henrik Kamstrup really took it to him for a good part of the race, but now the gap is just increasing lap by lap as Boris Gideon, whose last lap you could see there was a 1:47.207 and the fastest lap. He's just got everything completely under control. Just under 4 minutes plus a lap remaining in this opening race of our 2025 season for the Ferrari Challenge. Boris then leading the race for Autohaus Ulrich. Then it is Henrik Kamstrup for Formula Racing. The Ainiko Reparto Corsa Ram team, Shintaro Akatsu running P3. You could see both Kevin and Daniel, two driver coaches there on the pit wall, watching their drivers. Been very, very in the second part, if you like, of this race, because it was punctuated, unfortunately, by a collision, which brought out the red flag. But when we got back to racing, it really has been very enjoyable to watch. So there is Paolo Scudieri. Now you can see that 5-second time penalty being awarded to him on the graphics. And is this where the infraction happened? Yes, it was. All four wheels over the white lines. You're not allowed to do that. And that was unfortunate, as Paolo was just trying to slow the car down. It's not all over for podium places. Oh, great drone shot. As getting the hurry up onto Shintaro Akatsu right now is Sven Schirmer. So around the Curva Grande, heading towards the next chicane, Shintaro Akatsu metaphorically sticking his elbows out, making that car as wide as he possibly can. Heading up now towards turn 6s and 7, Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2 here on this Monza circuit. As meantime, Louis Peruskia loses out to the pursuant Alvaro Ramos. There's Germana Toniella. And Louis Peruskia then losing out on a place there. It was Friedrich Müller that got past him. There is the car of Friedrich Müller, the 155 car that got past Louis Peruskia. Here it is again, bold on the inside, taking quite a lot of curb, truthfully. In fairness, racing room was left by Louis, who then had a bit of trouble rotating it through the second part of the chicane. Here's Sven Schirmer continuing to push Shintaro Akatsu for the third place, final podium place. If Sven could take a podium on his debut in the 296 Challenge, he'd be pretty chuffed about that, I would suggest. And, you know, Shintaro has driven a fantastic race for Ainiko Reparto Corsa Ram because he's been under pressure the whole time. Let's pick him up here. So Shintaro gets really, really good exit speed, doesn't he? As Guy Favre is picking up a 5-second penalty for track limits as well. That will come up on your screen shortly, but you can see it set the fastest lap. Well, it set the fastest lap by making the track a bit shorter than it was, truthfully.
Yeah, Shintaro Akatsu, who last year drove brilliantly but had a streak.
Oh, forgive me. That is Sven Schirmer having gone around, having pushed and pushed and pushed. Well, fair play to him for giving it his all. And, you know, when you're on that knife edge of giving it everything you can, and that's what Sven was doing, and he's lost out.
But fair play to him, as you say, for pushing and not being happy with the P4.
Yes.
I was just about to say that Shintaro Akatsu last year, for the majority of the season, didn't have the rub of the green. Something always went wrong, and he missed out on the podium every single time until the end of
I'd have liked to have seen just a little bit more. I'm not sure if he clipped the curb or whether it was just a little bit too much. Oh, here we can see it again. No, I don't think he did. Don't think he did.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys, for bringing it from a different angle. Well, you know what? Credit to you, Sven, because you pushed and pushed and pushed, and I'm not going to take that away from you because you were trying really, really hard. And wow, what a race we've enjoyed. And we start the final lap, or Boris starts the final lap in the lead of this Ferrari Challenge Coppa Shell Am race. The Autohaus Ulrich driver, who did a very good job in qualifying. And you know what? You know, there are some racing drivers that are good qualifiers and less good in the race. As right now, Lisa Clark comes under pressure from Alvaro, I think that is.
Yeah, definitely, and he has done it, and now Germano Toniella tries to follow suit also, tries to get ahead of Lisa Clark. All-female battle here for which is now P12 and P13.
As I was saying, there are some drivers that really relish qualifying. They can do it on a one-lap pace and then perhaps have difficulty in the race, not being quite so proficient, if you will. But actually, Boris has done it in both in qualifying and in the race as well. He's been super smooth, Nico, and I think that's the key to his success today. Where I think Henrik probably took a little bit more out of his tyres in pursuit of Boris, whereas Boris kept them all, kept it all clean and tidy and been pinpoint accurate. And I think that's probably what's paid dividends for him. What the heck do I know? What I do know is that he has just one extraordinary long turn to do before he will see the checkered flag, which will be held aloft and will be unfurled right now and waved atop of the Boris Gideon car. Winner in Ferrari Challenge Coppa Shell Am, Henrik Kamstrup taking P2, Shintaro Akatsu P3, Paolo Scudieri takes P4 on the road, but he has got a penalty which will elevate Guy Favre to P4 until he gets dropped because he's got a time penalty as well. So Shibata takes P4, Guy Favre P5, then it's Paolo Scudieri. Sven Sharma, a very creditable P7. It could have been oh so much more than that, ahead of Alexei Komarov. Hassan Debussy, right from the back of the grid, may I say, makes it into P9. And then it is Alois Meyer who takes the next position, which is P10. And there our race winner, Boris Gideon for Autohaus Ulrich. So Alvaro Ramos does take P11 ahead of Lisa Clark, Friedrich Muller, Germano Toniella, then it is Pino Frascara and Louis Peruskia, the top 16. Well, a race that kind of threw everything at us in terms of drama, but some really quick racing going on as well from our drivers in the Ferrari Challenge Coppa Shell Am category.
Yeah, absolutely, and you pointed out most of those who really excelled and were very visible in this race. I really have to go back to this five-way battle
Yes.
with drivers of all different colors on liveries, all different backgrounds, different driving styles, but really fair and respectful driving among them in the heat of the battle. And after the restart, really good and clean racing among our drivers. And it's always tough to get the first one into the books because everybody's ambitious, everybody wants to have a good start. And Henrik Kamstrup, he didn't have it all his own way, but a P2 is a really good start for his campaign for sure. And Shintaro Akatsu, I mentioned it earlier, he had to wait I think 6 events for his first podium, even though he was always there or thereabouts, always had the pace. Got that monkey off his back right in the first race this season, so he can focus on other stuff like getting that first win.
Yeah, it was a brilliant race to call, to be fair. Really enjoyed it, and as is always the case with the Ferrari Challenge, it promises a lot, and generally it always delivers as well in bucketfuls, doesn't it? So, really enjoyable race from Coppa Shell Am. Not without its dramas, of course, but hey, that's motor racing for you. It happens. Into the pit lane come all the cars right now. Of course, podium ceremonies to come as well. And look at that as a piece of beauty. Don't get much nicer than that 296 Challenge car. Great camaraderie down there in the paddock as well. I suspect one of the first to congratulate Boris will be Kevin, his driver coach. Well, I never. It's as if I planned it. Did a great job. He really did do a good job. And so did the car.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations. Engineers, of course, teams. There's so many people involved. And Shintaro's pretty happy.
Bravissimo.
Oh, and there is Fabrizio Fontana offering congratulations to Henrik Kamstrup. And there's definitely a guy there as well. I was saying about the camaraderie and the spirit of friendliness in the Ferrari Challenge is something that, if I'm honest with you, is not always replicated across every racing series.
But yeah, I mean, it just shows how much of family and how much of a close-knit group the drivers here are, and not only the drivers, but we're so blessed with many of the drivers bringing their families into the paddock, and it really becomes more than just a meeting of race drivers. It is really a community.
Okay, so this is the car then that took Boris Gideon to the win in Ferrari Challenge Coppa Shell Am, and we will be hearing from Boris in just moments from now.
Boris, congratulations. What a perfect way to start this weekend and this season from P1, from pole position to P1. Can you tell us more about your race and your feeling?
No, I was very happy, as you said, the first race, first win this morning, qualifying in the wet, now in the dry. I saw there was quite some crash, so I hope everybody is okay. That's very important for me, but it's so amazing to drive here. It's a temple of speed, and I'm so happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Boris. Of course, concerned first and foremost for his drivers. Right, as the race got underway then, all cars streaming towards that first chicane. Would all make it through the chicane okay? Well, one or two drivers having to take something of a shortcut, but mostly everyone getting out okay. Stephen Earle catching the barriers and catching Tal Al-Shaair as well. Brought out the red flag, and that meant that the race would be suspended. When we got going again, it was Boris Gideon that had got it all seemingly under control. It was a good control there as the car made it into the gravel. Now Hassan Debussy and Louis Peruskia were having something of a battle for, that would be for P9 and 10 in the race, and going through side by side. Now this was Paolo Scudieri making up a place going into the chicane, but in so doing running just over the track limits and therefore picking up a time penalty, so that would not count. Lisa Clark and Louis Peruskia and Alvaro Ramos and Germana Toniella and Friedrich Muller were having a five-way fight, and well, Sven Schirmer had pushed and pushed and pushed to try and wrestle away P3. In the end, the back end of the car went around, but Boris Gideon, it was a perfect day. He'd taken pole position in qualifying, and he took the race win as well, and was thrilled to do that. It's as if I planned it. So confirmation of the classification then. Boris Gideon P1, Henrik Kamstrup P2, Shintaro Akatsu taking that P3. Norikatsu Shibata P4, then Guy Favre and Paolo Scudieri P5 and 6. Sven Schirmer P7, then it was Alexei Komarov P8. So those are the top 8 positions in our Coppa Shell Am race. Hassan Debussy taking P9, Alwar Mir P10. Then it was Alvaro Ramos P11. Then Lisa Clark, Friedrich Muller, Germano Toniella and Pino Frascaro. Then they occupied the next positions through to P15. It was Louis Peruskia P16, and of course non-classifications for Tal Al-Shayer, Charles Chan, Stephen Earle and also Maurizio Pittori. We're going to be heading up to the podium next. Michele Mambelli is generally the presenter charged with the responsibility of getting everyone out onto the podium. And of course, the podium here at Monza is something very special because it's on the platform above the start-finish straight, which makes the celebrations even bigger and better. In fact, you can see it from our studio as Shintaro Akatsu makes his way to the P3 step of the podium. And here comes Henrik Kamstrup, a similar hairstyle to myself. Goes to step 2, and on the top step of the podium, here's Boris Gideon. National anthem time.
Il nostro applauso per il podio
Thomas and
vincitori,
Manuel
chiamiamo
Agostina,
anche il team
the 2 drivers
Auto
looking on,
Sprint
and they're drivers from the Coppa Shell category. So great camaraderie, as I mentioned, from all the drivers in the Ferrari Challenge. Of course, Auto Haas Ulrich represented up there on the podium as well. And well, Alessio Rovera to make the trophy presentations then. He receives, or rather he distributes the P3 trophy to Shintaro Akatsu. Up next it will be Henrik Kamstrup receiving another trophy. It's the P2 trophy for Henrik. And perfect start to the season for Boris Gideon then. He gets the race winner's trophy presented by Ferrari factory driver. And of course, Coppa Team trophy to be presented as well. And there is Boris's driver coach, Kevin. Mean driver himself, you know. Everyone gets together for the photographs there beneath the Monza podium on the platform here above the start-finish straight. Smiles all round. Big podium celebrations about to get underway now. Who's going to be the quickest with the champagne? It was our race winner, Boris Gideon. Well, Henrik gets some and now clinks bottles with his fellow podium placers. So here we can see Boris Gideon leading the Drivers' Championship on 17 points ahead of Henrik Kamstrup. Then it's Shintaro Akatsu and Norikatsu Shibata. They are the top 4 in the Drivers' Championship. Well done to them. And as we take a look at some of the fantastic images that we were able to bring you from race 1 of our 2025 season here in the Ferrari Challenge. It's been a brilliant debut for a number of our drivers who have all given of their all, done everything they can in challenging conditions from qualifying to dry conditions in the race. From Nico and from myself, thank you so much for watching. Bye-bye for now. Hi everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to Monza and the first round of the Ferrari Challenge for 2025 here in Europe. As you can see, it's a very busy place down there on the grid ahead of the first Trofeo Pirelli and Pirelli Am race for Ferrari Challenge for 2025 as we take to this extraordinary circuit for round one. It is the Temple of Speed. Oh yes, welcome to Monza, this extraordinary circuit, which is so filled of heritage and history. From here we head down Italy, through Italy to Misano. It's about 360 kilometers from here. Then it's Hockenheim, Brno in the Czech Republic, ahead of two dates in Spain, one in Valencia and one in Barcelona for rounds 5 and 6. Then Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, ahead of coming back to Italy for the Finale Mondiale in Mugello in October. It's a busy, busy calendar of Ferrari Challenge racing, and it's a busy grid of cars. We've got supreme entries across all of our categories, and we're going to see the Pirelli and Pirelli Am cars on track, some 26 of them. Track temperature is 32 degrees, the air temperature is 17. The wind has picked up a little bit. It's still only 6 kilometers per hour, but there you can see as our drone takes us through the grid just how many cars and people are out there on the grid to enjoy the spectacle of this 30-minute plus 1 lap race which will come. The Pirelli cars will have a red strip across the top of the windscreen so you can identify our Pirelli drivers. The Pirelli Am drivers, which is what we are looking at now, have the white strip across the top of the windscreen. That gives you the indication of what category each of the drivers are racing in, whether it is Pirelli or Pirelli Am. That's more than busy, isn't it, behind the Richard Mills safety car. So the first round of the Ferrari Challenge for 2025. And it is a very, very exciting place to be down there on the grid as we're looking at the car there, one of our Ferrari Challenge Trofeo Pirelli drivers, Gilles Renmans from Francorchamps Motors in Brussels, looking after that driver. All the drivers are linked to a particular dealer. Luigi Coluccio going from pole position for Rosso Corsa for our Pirelli drivers. For our Pirelli Am drivers, it's Michael Verhagen for Ferrari Warsaw. Some 22 nationalities, I think, competing in the Ferrari Challenge this year across Trofeo Pirelli, Pirelli Am, Coppa Shell, and Coppa Shell Am as well. So not only the Ferrari Challenge as a series, which extends itself around the world, but drivers of all sorts of nationalities taken to the grid also. The number 30 car driven by Felix Hersiger. So, of course, so much more than just Ferrari Challenge racing from the world of Ferrari, including some remarkable supercars like the F80.
Again, we're doing the ball again! I love you guys. This V6 is amazing, it's crazy. Here I'm like 20%. Amazing car, you know? And ours is nice, yeah? It's a rocket. It's not a car. Still alive. But the power of the car is so amazing. And they give you confidence. Torque is huge, zero turbo lag. Electric turbo helps a lot because the car is so reactive.
Fantastic. Let's switch then.
This one was on the limit.
No, but you know what? It didn't feel on the limit. It was the same like the one you did. Let us go out for dinner in this car. You are the king?
I am for sure.
This is the coolest car I've ever driven, for sure.
Alessandro Pierguidi and Niklas Nielsen having a bit of fun with the Ferrari F80. This is Dylan Medler then, as you can see. 2024 Ferrari Challenge North America Trofeo Pirelli winner, racing in both North America and also in Europe as well, driving for the collection Ferrari of Miami. Dylan Medler, what a driver. And he goes from P4 on the grid in the number 15 car, as all non-essential personnel make their way off the grid right now as we get ready for the race to get underway. Final instructions being given and passed on then from all of our drivers and their engineers and coaches then, as all the non-essential staff, as I say, make their way, and guests and family and supporters, etc., make their way off the grid right now. The number 1 car is driven by Yasin Ferrati. Great to see him racing in a Ferrari Challenge car. I first met Yasin, who was sim racing, and now looking in and driving in the top class of Ferrari Challenge Trofeo Pirelli. Well done to you as we look back from the Richard Mille safety car with 30 minutes plus 1 lap to go before the race to come from Ferrari Challenge Trofeo Pirelli. What a sight that is to behold. Those Pirelli cars and Pirelli Am cars then. Pirelli with the red strip across the top of the windscreen. Pirelli Am drivers with the white strip across the top of the windscreen, so you can identify who is driving in which category. So the Temple of Speed, the Monza circuit, it's an extraordinary circuit. And to find out a little bit more, we call upon Francesco Galli.
Punti che dobbiamo andare a vedere adesso sono la staccata di curva 1 e poi l'ingresso della scala. Vabbè, dai, andiamo a vedere in pista.
La prima variante è molto importante perché comunque noi arriviamo a 295 km/h.
Questo è dove staccavamo i test?
Sì.
Che non va più bene?
No, adesso la pista è molto più prestazionale, quindi potresti anche frenare 200, arrivi davvero forte. E calcoli che arrivi in 7ª marcia e butti giù 5 marce.
Però da qui sembra lontano.
Sembra lontano, però inelabbitabile, arriva in un attimo. Il tempo si fa sia in questo attimo di frenata che dal centro curva in uscita che lo porti prima alla seconda variante.
Io ho visto che quando riesci a dare gas all'altezza di metà arancione sono 2 decimi.
Sì, là devi essere velocissimo nel cambio di direzione, velocissimo. E dar gas prima perché comunque alla fine
io
la
macchina...
macchina...
a fare girare che gli do la botta di sterzo tutta una volta, che prende.
Sì, però non tanto bruscamente, sempre lineare, però comunque alla fine la trazione ce l'ha la macchina, quindi puoi sfruttare tutta l'accelerazione e portartela subito alla seconda variante. Qua lo stesso, qua il tempo lo fai, non tanto esagerando in frenata, ma è la percorrenza.
Io ho visto che anche quando ti rendi conto che stai arrivando un po' lungo, che hai lasciato via pure il freno, quando prende, anzi sei pure più veloce perché pizzichi meno il cordo e sta già piantata sul lato d'appoggio la macchina.
Calcolo che qua tu arrivi in quarta, giusto?
Sì, quarta. Quarta, subito quinta. Comunque il tempo si fa là e si fa qua.
Si fa nella prima variante e anche al secondo di resma, è molto importante.
Thank you, Francesco Galli, then, giving us some important insights there, including accelerating through that chicane. Wow. So here we are then at the Temple of Speed, the Monza circuit, built in the Royal Villa of Monza Park. 12 turns, 4 left, 8 right, around about 20 kilometers from central Milan. And it is the Temple of Speed for one very good reason. Founded back in 1922, this place has some remarkable history and heritage. And we're about to get the race start underway. Ferrari Challenge, Trofeo Pirelli and Trofeo Pirelli Am. Cars off then on their formation lap behind the Richard Mille safety car. And this turn 1-2 sequence. The first chicane, the Variante de Rettifio. I cannot tell you how tight that is. From the back to the front, let's do the grid for you. It's Gianmarco Marcialetti and alongside Armin Arifpour. Then we find Faisal Shaier and Andreas Berg Sorensen. Ahead of them are Martin Havas and Otto Blank, P22-21, P20 NM, P19 Danilo Del Favero, P18 for Henri Acide, starting way out of order. Rafael Duran going from P17. Hanno Laskovsky and Francesco Galli, who we just heard from, are on the 8th row of the grid to the 7th, where we find Herbert Geis and Hendrik Viol, P14 and 13. And then it's Andrew Morrow and Marco Zanazzi. Ahead is Michael Verhagen, who sets pole position for Trofeo Pirelli Am, and he starts alongside Max Mugelli. Then it's Quinn Wiedlersbach and Björn Grossman, two Trofeo Pirelli drivers, P8, P7. P6, Vincenzo Scarpetta. Yasin Ferrati goes from P5. Then it's Dylan Medler and Gilles Renmans on the 2nd row of the grid. It's Felix Hersiger. And our pole setter is Luigi Coluccio for Rosso Corsa Racing. Let's hear from our pole sitter then, driving for the Rosso Corsa team. It is going to be Luigi Coluccio. How did he do it? Pole position.
Super happy about this qualifying. It's my first race with Rosso Corsa, so I'm very happy with it. We did pole with Alpha Second, so the lap was quite good. We waited a little bit in the beginning because the track was slippery, but then in the end, when the track was drying, I was going faster and faster. So big thank you to Rosso Corsa for this opportunity to race with them, and look forward to the race to win it. Thank you.
Thanks, Luigi Coluccio. Then our pole sitter for Trofeo Pirelli, our pole sitter for Trofeo Pirelli, and Mikael Verhagen. The cars, of course, it's always a rolling start in the Ferrari Challenge, and the Trofeo Pirelli and Pirelli Am drivers will line up side by side in grid formation behind the Richard Mills safety car. The safety car will peel off into the pit lane. Then it will be the responsibility of Luigi and Felix on the front row of the grid to control the pace of the rolling start. Every car must make their way through their grid box on the grid at a certain speed and maintain their position until the lights go green. Then we are racing. The long parabolica then is where we're at right now. So the Richard Mills safety car will peel off, and then it's down to Luigi Coluccio and Felix Hersiger, who will be first going into that chicane. Dylan Medler and Gilles Renman want to get in and amongst it as well, as does every other driver on the grid. So from my side, it all looks pretty reasonable, but Race Control have all the sensors at their disposal. We await the lights out before we go racing. Luigi Coluccio is champing at the bit to get going here. So too is Dylan Medler. Let's go racing. Dylan Medler then tries to put himself between the middle of the top two. P3 for Dylan Medler, I think, before they even get to the chicane. Will he be able to make it into P2? Lots of squealing Pirellis then, as that really tight chicane means that a number of drivers shortcutting, including Hendrik Viol, who shortcutted, then found himself on the gravel. In fact, I don't think Hendrik did shortcut it. I rather think he got nerfed into the gravel. Hendrik is one of our Pirelli Am drivers. So I think they have all made it through that chicane all okay, which is not a given. There is a yellow flag at turn 2, so perhaps not then. So a challenge going on for the lead here, and you can see, I think there's strife for that car that was leading in P1, Nico. And it's Dylan Medler up to P2. They're carrying so much speed through that turn as well. Now, lots of changes have been made to this Monza circuit since the last time we were here. Resurfacing curves have been lowered. It allows for it to be even quicker than ever before, and you can take so much speed. It's Yasin Ferrati that, according to my calculations, is leading the race ahead of Dylan Medler. Let's just hold on here as there's stuff being kicked up, and well, you can see drivers then behind us, and I think that's Björn Grossman who's really hounding Dylan Medler. for he's P3 at the moment and chasing down Dylan Medler. Of course, Bjorn Grossman has done an awful lot of racing in the Ferrari Challenge, and well, what a start from the Emil Frey driver, Yassin Ferrati. Then Bjorn Grossman and Dylan Medler, and Grossman to the inside of Dylan Medler. Yassin makes a huge mistake going into the chicane. That plays into the hands of Bjorn Grossman, who's able to get the edge. And surely Grossman now trying to put himself to the inside of Yassin Ferrati. Yassin closes the door. This is the fight that's going on for the lead in Trofeo Pirelli. Bjorn Grossman all over the back of the Yassin Ferrati car, and Dylan Medler trying to do exactly the same. What an extraordinary start to the race, Nico, and Yassin must have come through like a thing possessed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yassin Ferrati in the very early stage of the start, very, very quick. Bjorn Grossman just playing all his experience. He came from P8, he was in P5 after the first chicane, he was in P3 after the second chicane, and as you saw, he is already challenging for the lead. Huge, huge experience on the side of the German, and he's now alongside Ferrati on the outside, but can he make it? Well, he's done it way before the breaking point. From P8 into the lead in a lap and a half.
Extraordinary prowess and progress from Bjorn Grossman, the Octane 126 driver who, as Nico quite rightly says, has got huge experience in Ferrari Challenge and knows the Monza circuit really well too. And now Yassin looks like he's going to be mugged by Dylan Medler, potentially also going into the Parabolica. Perhaps Dylan not quite close enough to be able to do it. Dylan Medler, the 2024 Ferrari Challenge North America Trofeo Pirelli champion. Contested here in Europe as well last season. But he is under real pressure from Gilles Remmans, and Scarpetta is not far behind them either. Now, Andrew Morrow is leading in the Trofeo Pirelli Am race ahead of Mikael Verhagen. So Andrew Morrow having got past Mikael Verhagen. And it's Hendrik Viol P3 in the Pirelli Am race ahead of Marco Zanazzi. And Henri Acide, Nico, who started way down the order, is now up to P5 in Trofeo Pirelli Am and has just set the fastest lap in Pirelli Am. Bjorn Grossman set the fastest lap in the Pirelli classification. But Andrew Morrow leading in Pirelli Am. Well done, Andrew. So, Bjorn Grossman then, who's managed to get just about a second between himself and Yassin. And then Dylan Medler in P3, about a 10th behind, perhaps a bit more than the 10th now, behind Ferrati. Then it is Gilles Remmans and Scarpetta. Here comes a replay of the start. Talk us through this, Nico.
Yeah, and everything is clean. Everybody is in position, as it seems like. And Dylan Medler with a good start. Ferrati obviously with a good start. Lots of things going on. And then it will be really, really tight into the turn. And I think Coluccio at the end of the exit went effectively straight into the gravel after a little bit of context there. A little bit of context, then he just goes straight while others just cut the corner. And there at the top, just watch the car in the lead. There is a nudge and then straight, no way with the sausage curbs to turn into that turn. It just goes straight, and that would be a disaster for our pole setter.
On board with Dylan Medler, we can see it from a different perspective here. While all about are losing theirs. Now there's Ferrati coming through. So he'd got himself ahead of Dylan Medler at that point. Right, let's go back to the live pictures right now with Bjorn Grossman leading from Ferrati from Medler. Now here comes Hendrik Viol. He's going to be king of the late breakers here. Hendrik Viol on Marco Zanazzi gets the job done, Nico.
And that is for P3 in the end, so that's a provisional podium position. But Michael Verhagen in the meantime is closing in on Andrew Morrow for the lead in the AMs. I just saw those two cars come through. We have gravel on the track at turn number 6. So something to watch out for the drivers. And just a little bit of a watch. Jason Ferrati already with true track limit warnings. Bjorn Grossman with 1, so that's with 23 minutes and 40 seconds remaining as we see another overtake, and that's Zanazzi coming back on Hendrik Viol, and Henri Acide
is slowing.
Yeah,
he's slowed right down. So because Henri Acide went through as well, don't know whether you'll pick up, but he had lost momentum. So you can't even see the Viol car into the picture at the back of that picture. There is Andrew Morrow, who you quite rightly say he's now being chased down by Michael Verhagen. So there's Morrow, there's Verhagen. This is for the lead in the Trofeo Pirelli Am race. They are virtually welded together. Andrew Morrow can defend the inside line. Michael Verhagen's going to have to try and go the long way around the outside, which ain't going to work here at the Parabolica, but if he can get a very good exit and try and get alongside him as they head towards the first chicane. And Andrew positions the car pretty well in the center of the circuit, which gives him the option of going left or right. But here comes Verhagen now. Side by side they go. But, oh, another car has gone round. I think that was Yasin, was it not?
It looked like it. It looked like an Ferrari racing car. And yeah, I think that is Yasin Ferrati. Oh, something must have happened there. I'm sure we will get a replay of that, but that changes the order at the very front. Björn Grossman in the lead, then it's Renmans a second, Dylan Medler third, so all kinds of things going on in that instance.
Look at this, Andrew really having to stick his elbows out metaphorically here, because there is no question about it, Michael Verhagen wants the lead in that Trofeo Pirelli Am race, and is set in about Andrew Morrow with aplomb, it has to be said, and there is the stricken Hendrik Viol car, which I thought I saw that slowing. Now, at the moment, there's wave double yellows there. Is it going to stay like that where that car is? It's only just off the tarmac. I appreciate it's not on a place ordinarily. There's Andrew Morrow then leading the Trofeo Pirelli Am race from Michael Verhagen.
And there was Francesco Galli, we could just see beneath us coming into the pit lane. So the driver who gave us a great tour around the track together with his driver coach, he is in the pit lane. Not sure if there was any problem or any contact, but for the moment he is down in the pit lane as we watch our AM leaders battle it out.
Progress chart on the left-hand side of your screen. Up 6 places for Björn Grossman, up 7 places for Andrew Morrow, up 8 for Henri Hassid.
Yeah, and Henri Hassid, he had coming together with Verhagen in qualifying. Just didn't see Verhagen coming through, and that meant that he had to abandon his qualifying early. And now he's moving up the order, as you said, and showing his pace.
So the 1, 2, 3 in Pirelli, it's Grossman from Gilles Redmans, then it is Dylan Medler, the 1, 2, 3, then the 1, 2, 3 in the AMs. It's Andrew Morrow, Michael Verhagen, but they've got Yasin Ferrati between themselves and Marco Zanazzi, who is running P3 in the Pirelli AMs at the moment. So good defensive driving here from Andrew, who is not yielding, if I may say, to the pressure that's being mounted upon him by Michael Verhagen. Fastest lap seesawing between the two of them. Done the first 10 minutes of the race. Bear in mind, it's a 30-minute race plus 1 lap here in the Ferrari Challenge. Loving that speed camera. You can really feel and see and hear the speed of these remarkable 296 Challenge cars. So, you can see Michael Verhagen just getting the back end of the car onto the gravel a little bit. And we have got a safety car coming. And I suspect the safety car is for the recovery of the Hendrik Viol car, I reckon.
Yeah, we didn't see anything else. Our timing screen also doesn't lend any credence to any other reason, but we will see. We will see. There is the safety car, and it picks up Björn Grossman and everybody else. So any gaps that have developed count for naught.
Yeah, you've got a feel for somebody like Björn, who's built up very nearly 5 seconds worth of margin. And it's going to count as 0 now, pretty much. So safety car is out, and that will be for the recovery of the Hendrik Viol car, and possibly for somebody with a broom to get about the gravel that's on the on turn 6, maybe.
And probably 10 other places.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, maybe so.
Just making a general cleaning up effort. After 10 minutes or so of this race, everything's neutralized behind the safety car. Now, as you say, Björn Grossman's gap counts for naught. His progress, however, doesn't, and he's certainly way up the order from the start, and there is the reason why Yassin Ferrati went around, and that is, I'm afraid, Dylan Medler in a little bit of a pushing motion on the inside of that turn. Didn't see the beginning of it, so hard to sort any blame, but certainly the two touched on that occasion.
Okay. So we're on board with the Richard Mille safety car with Bjorn Grossman, the car that you can see center picture. Gilles Renman is P2. There is Christian Berchinger, who is the boss of the Octane 126 team. Hello, Christian. And he said to me last year, you know, I can't remember where we were, Nürburgring, maybe. And he said, I've got a plan to get Bjorn Grossman back into the challenge next year. I said, okay, Christian, we look forward to that. Thinking, yeah. Lots of people have lots of plans in motorsport. Sometimes they come off and sometimes they don't. He did. He's here.
Very good. And
well done.
Obviously Octane 126 very successful with Ferrari racing, including the Nürburgring 24 hours, other events. Really, really successful and long-standing campaigners in the Ferrari Challenge as well. Not last year, but great to see them back with a great car and, dare I say, possibly an even greater driver.
Yeah. You were looking then at Johnny Kane, who is the driver coach to Andrew Morrow. Now, knowing Andrew as I do, he's a fairly cool, calm and collected character who doesn't seem to suffer stress too much. Incidentally, playing credence to what you were saying there, the incident involving cars 15 and number 1 in turn 2 is turn 1 rather, is under investigation. That is indeed Dylan Medler and Yassin Ferrati, so you're right there. So there is Johnny Kane, picture in picture that we can show you. Johnny Kane, driver coach to Andrew Morrow. I was saying, Andrew's just a cool, calm and collected character. And so too is Johnny. I mean, they're perfectly suited as driver and driver coach. And Johnny would just be keeping him informed of everything that's going on. I thought Andrew was doing a good job in defending from Mikael Verhagen. I think, truth be told, it looked like Verhagen was quicker, Nico. But you've got to find a way by, haven't you? And if Andrew continued to defend as cleanly as he was, well, it was going to be a job for Mikael to get by. Dylan Medler, you can see on board here, weaving from side to side. He's doing a lot of racing, is Dylan Medler, and he's such a fantastic character and a fantastic driver. Just a couple of weeks ago was with him in Sonoma Raceway in California, where Dylan was racing, where of course he won the Trofeo Pirelli Championship last year. And yeah, very, very good driver indeed, and he's very tall, Nico. I'll give him that, as well as being very skilled behind the wheel of a racing car.
Yeah, fair play to him. The safety car is still out there, just gives us a little bit of a moment to have a look at track limits. And the rule is you're allowed 3. 3 is the final warning. After that, it's penalty time. And we've got a number of drivers at 2, which includes Michael Verhagen and Yassin Ferrati, Ori Hassi and Max Mugelli, all of those with 2 warnings. Quite a number of other drivers with 1, and roughly half the field with a clean slate for the time being.
Right.
So with 15 minutes plus a lap exactly now remaining, and the safety car coming in at the conclusion of this lap, this is one thing that we will have an eye on, because it can determine who finishes where.
Absolutely. Now, it will be Bjorn Grossman that will control the base of the restart, if you will. And Gilles Renmans will be doing his level best to anticipate when Bjorn Grossman gives it 100%. Bjorn, though, be tempted to ask him, it would be a nice quiz question. How many safety car restarts have you been involved in, Bjorn Grossman? Quite a few, I would hazard a guess.
Yeah, probably. I'm fairly sure he wouldn't know the number exactly.
No, I think you're probably right. I think he wouldn't. But yeah, more than 1, that's for sure.
Fair.
So he knows, what I'm trying to say is he knows how to do it. And a lot of it is psychology. By weaving from side to side, Gilles has got to try and ascertain when he thinks Bjorn is going to go, and when Bjorn goes, he has to stay gone.
I think he has gone already, but
yeah, I think so.
We're looking at the other cars. no more weaving that we can see, and that may mean that Björn has given it a footfall, and indeed, and he has made it, and he has gapped Renmans for the moment just by a little bit.
Yeah, he did it mid-weave, which was quite clever. And into turn number 1 they go. You can hear the cars rattling across those curves. I think Björn has done a brilliant job in terms of that restart. It is Björn Grossman from Gilles Renmans, Dylan Medler, and then Vincenzo Scarpielletti now. A drive-through penalty is going to be awarded to Dylan Medler. You'll see it on your screen momentarily. And it is for that incident with Yasin Ferrati that we saw through turn 1. So Dylan is going to have to pay a visit to the pit lane. And that's going to quash his hopes of a really, really good finish. There it is. Promised you'd see it now. He'll have received that communication on radio. And he'll pick himself up from that. But he'll be disappointed. I mean, you saw it. I didn't see it. I was looking at the timing screen when the replay came up. But, well, through goes the car of Scarpetta. It's kind of academic, really, isn't it? Dylan didn't defend that too much, and why would he? Because he's got to take a drive-through penalty. Now, what he could do here is perhaps impact and affect the lead of the Pirelli Am race, because trying to look at the inside there was Mikael Verhagen, Andrew Morrow keeping it tight to the inside. So Andrew needs to go past it. Do you know what? That's really, really good driving from Andrew Morrow, anticipating the fact that Dylan was going to come into the pit lane. Dylan kept up a constant speed, though, and didn't impede anyone. Good to see. So into turn 1, it's as we were in terms of P1 and P2 for the AM drivers, and it's as we were for P1 in Pirelli's as well. And sadly, there's a change for this young man who was in a podium place and most definitely is not now as he makes his way out of the pit lane. Careful not to cross the white line, Dylan. And there is our leader. And here with a bold move up the inside, but I don't think he was quite close enough to make it count, Mikael Verhagen. He will be taking so much out of that car and those tyres, Nico.
Yeah, probably, and that is something to bear in mind. I mean, 11 minutes plus a lap remaining. Behind the two is Yasin Ferrati, and even though he's gapped by a little bit, he obviously would like to get on terms with them, get past them, and try and battle for a podium position because he's running in P4 in class. That could affect this battle if Yasin Ferrati gets on terms with them, but for the time being, there is quite a significant gap, as is between Björn Grossman and Gilles Renmans. It's 1.8 second for the moment. It's 10.5 minutes plus that 1 lap remaining. Dylan Medler, he has rejoined, but obviously for him, everybody having been bunched up, that was extra bad luck after the penalty, because it meant that he lost even more positions than he would have had at race pace. And there is Michael Verhagen again weaving, trying to sell a dummy to Andrew Morrow, but he's clean, cool, calm and collected. And I actually think Michael Verhagen overdid that a little bit.
You might be right.
Andrew Morrow, by just not reacting, reacted the best way he could.
He is just so cool. I well remember, Nico, speaking to him after he'd won the Trofeo Pirelli UK Championship. And I said, "You're champion. How do you feel?" Yeah, good. You know, very unemotive. Very cool. And he'll be taking this all in his stride. Some will be taken to the grass. Meantime, Marco Zanazzi, who is the final podium placer as we stand at the moment in Trofeo Pirelli Am, has got Yasin Ferrati right behind him, or alongside him, or indeed in front of him.
I think Ferrati has just overtaken. There is Ferrati coming back at Zanazzi, because Zanazzi had gone past Ferrati, which would have allowed him to get on terms with the drivers in front of him. Now being back behind Ferrati, it means that Henry Hassid is right behind him.
Oh my goodness.
So that's the battle potentially for P3 in the AMs. And now we get a drive-through penalty for car number 11, overtaking under yellow flags. And yeah, and that's Herbert Geis, who is P5 in the AMs.
Oh, what a shame. But, you know, you can get nothing past race control. They know what's going on, Nico. Do you know what I mean? It's, you know... I'm never one to criticise penalties from race control because they have access to so much data, so many images. I mean, we're blessed in TV production in terms of having a lot of images. It's as naught in comparison to race control. They can see everything. You can get away with nothing. Now, of course, Mikael Verhagen's having to work really, really hard to try and get back at Andrew Morrow, having had that not off, but really wide moment at the Parabolica. There's Henri Acide then, who is running P4, and he will definitely be chasing down Marco Zanatti because Henri Acide would love to take a podium out of this. He's the winner of the Coppa Shell Championship in 2024 with Ferrari Challenge here in Europe. As Herbert Geis dives in to take his drive-through penalty. And there's plenty more going on as well. That's Hanno Laskowski in the number 85 car. I believe getting past Max Mugelli. Indeed so Hanno Laskowski go past Max Mugelli, and you're after Quinn Wiedlis back now, who's the next car in the order, the number 22 car, but that's a ways up the road. So Björn Grossman, 1.3 seconds, the margin over Gilles Renman, then Vincenzo Scarpietti. And now Yasin Ferrati receives a time penalty of +5 seconds for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. I can only think that would be through turns 1 and 2. So Yasin, who's P4 at the moment, with a 5-second time penalty, that's probably going to drop him behind Quinn Wiedlis back. We'll see. Meantime, there is Björn Grossman with a 1.4 second margin over Gilles Rimmans. That is coming down now as Gilles has set the fastest lap. We've got 6 3/4 minutes plus a lap remaining. Andrew Morrow continuing to lead in Trofeo Pirelli Am. There's confirmation of that time penalty to come for car number 1, which is Yasin Ferrati. So Björn Grossman, Gilles Renmans, Vincenzo Scarpietti. Then it's Andrew Morrow, Mikael Verhagen and Marco Zanatti, the top 3 for our Trofeo Pirelli Am drivers. So Björn then, is he just controlling this? I have to say, Gilles Renman is looking a bit more lively now, but with just 6 minutes plus a lap remaining, and a deficit of 1.5 seconds, and a deficit of 1.5 seconds would only bring you on the back of the car that's leading, let alone find a way by it. It'll be a tall order, but he's giving nothing away. He's going to keep on pushing. So there is the car that is P2 at the moment. And there is the car that he's leading. For Octane 126, Björn Grossman was able to thread his way through right at the start of the race, using every bit of his experience to know what he could do legally, safely, without putting himself in prospect of danger. We split the screen so that you can see Team Boss Christian Berchinger talking to him on the radio as well. Just maintain the gap, monitor where you're at, just do what you need to do. We're on board with Scarpietta then, 4th gear, 5th gear now, as much speed as possible heading up towards that first chicane. Will we get up to 260 kilometers per hour? No, we'll go beyond that, get up to 270, maybe even 280. Maybe 290 before braking. No, not quite. Oh, you can see the car under braking then as you turn the car in. You've got to be oh so brave. But I tell you what, that was a textbook way through turns 1 and 2. Thank you, Vincenzo, for giving us that. Around the Curva Grande right now. Again, getting to 280 kilometers per hour. Nearly before having to brake for the turns 4 and 5 chicane, then back on the gas again. I rather enjoyed that. 4 minutes plus a lap. In this dual category race that we've been enjoying from Ferrari Challenge, Trofeo Pirelli, and Trofeo Pirelli Am. There's our P1 and P2 in the Pirelli Am drivers. And right now, Henri Acid has got on the back of Marco Zanazzi. This is going to be for the final podium place in Trofeo Pirelli Am. And Henri Acid is now, for the first time of asking, I think, within striking distance of Marco Zanazzi. Just ahead of both of them is Yasin Ferrati, who, of course, has got a time penalty to come. It's academic anyway, because he's out of category. Henri Acid, where is he going to try and pitch this against Marco Zanazzi to try and find a way through and at least get a podium out of this race? Or is Marco Zanazzi going to be able to cover off everything? Look at that. Talk about a different line from Henri Acid. Is it going to pay off for him? 3 cars almost welded together there. Now Yasin Ferrati defending his line. Acid will go for the inside. Perhaps not quite close enough. Now will Acid dive to the inside? But the inside rapidly becomes the outside. But Henri Acid now, if he gets good exit from turn 2, what can he carry through the Curva Grande? And where can he put himself alongside Marco Zanazzi? Will it be on the approach to the next chicane? You've got to be brave and dive to the inside. Again, not close enough to be able to do so. But we've got time running out here. 2 minutes plus a lap. Yasin Ferrati, unbelievably, is almost like the cork in the bottle of this Am race that's going on for P3, the final podium place in Trofeo Pirelli Am. Yasin Ferrati has got Michael Verhagen, he can see in the distance. It's academic, because as I say, Yasin has got this time penalty to come. And meantime, well, of course, Marco Zanazzi wants to find a way by, but so too does Henri Acid.
Yeah, and it's after this lap, it's going to be 2 more, because once they hit the timing line, not the next time, but the time after, the time will have elapsed. So it's that plus 1 lap. So it's 2 turns and 2 laps remaining to do anything about your current position, or rather to defend your position where you are. And Marco Zanazzi really has to be careful, because Henri Acid has so much experience, and if Marco finds himself stuck, for lack of a better word, behind Ferrati, Acid will be there.
Like a viper ready to pounce, you just get the impression Acid is going to go for it. Where is he going to go for it? Let's pick them up from this camera here. So Zanazzi just taking a look at the inside of Yasin Ferrati on that occasion. Well, it's as we were, to be honest. That was almost a photocopy of how they went through turns 1 and 2 last time around.
Yeah, the gap at the lead is down to 1 second or just over that, but Björn Grossman really experienced. So I think he's really managing that, and Marco Zanazzi really under pressure. Not an enviable position, because now Acid is really on his rear bumper.
Yes, it is very close, and as we go into the garages, you can almost feel the tension in there as well. So, Henri Acid continuing to push, but he is running out of time. There's going to be 1 more lap after this one. Is he deliberately leaving it until then to have the last lap lunge? Who knows, because he doesn't want Zanazzi to come back at him.
Possibly. We can see also Verhagen again a little bit closer tomorrow than he was. Time has run out, so it's this lap and the 1 extra that's coming up. Now Ferrati has gapped the 2 a little bit, so that maybe allows Zanazzi to be a little bit more free, not being stuck right behind him, but obviously Acid really close still.
So Andrew Morrow starts the final lap, the final lap that Björn Grossman had started a few meters before. And now there is the number 26 car, Björn Grossman, very experienced Ferrari Challenge racer. Here comes Henri Acid. Well, he looked, but he thought better of it. Discretion, the better part of valor. It's now or never for Henri. And Marco Zanazzi knows that. So Marco Zanazzi will adopt defense strategy 3, i.e., I'm going to make this 296 challenge a bit wider than it really is. to prevent Henri Acide from coming through. There are only certain places probably where Henri can make it happen. Is he going to go for it into the Parabolica for the last time of asking? That would be my guess.
Not Manuel Ascari would be another opportunity.
Yes.
But it's not that much of a braking zone anymore as it used to be, so that's going to be a tall order. But you can set yourself up for the turn into the Parabolica if you can take more speed out of that turn. So there is Andrew Moore. He looks fairly safe towards Michael Verhagen. I think the gap is big enough. Same for Björn Grossman. But everybody who's chasing is keeping the driver in front of them keen. Well, Björn Grossman, I think, unless something dramatic happens, will probably have this. But in the background, there you can see Marco Zanazzi and Henri Acide. They're still very, very close. Michael Verhagen would like to, but it's not close enough.
Oh, it's so difficult because, of course, we need and want to see the winner take the checkered flag. It was Gilles Renman right on the front. I heard a squeal in the Parabolica. Gilles Renman has gone through, I think, ahead of Björn Grossman. Vincenzo Scarpetta. Andrew Morrow seals the deal for Pirelli Am ahead of Michael Verhagen and Marco Zanassi. So Gilles Renman around the Parabolica got the better of Björn Grossman. Please, please, I urge you, if we have a replay of that, I would love to see it, because we were focusing and paying our attention on so many things.
Wow.
But in the final few meters of tarmac, Björn Grossman, who, well, had done a brilliant job. I'm almost at a loss, but I definitely heard a squeal of tires around the Parabolica. I can't believe that Björn would have made a mistake, Nico.
It sounds remarkable, but we will see a replay of that for sure, and then maybe we will know more.
Well, Gilles Renman then for Francorchamps Motors Brussels takes P1 from Björn Grossman. There is Andrew Morrow, who takes the Pirelli Am win. So, Gilles Renman, Björn Grossman, and Vincenzo Scarpetta. The podium places in Trofeo Pirelli. Just when you think you know what's going to happen and how it's going to end, you don't, in truth. So cars making their way into the pit lane right now. I'm sure that our production team are working frantically to get a replay for us of the final turn.
Gilles, let's go, man.
I am being told by those that may know Nico that it may not have been a squeal, it may have been fuel starvation because we're running out of it. The car is stopped on the track. Wow. Wow, what can I say? I mean, that seeing the car parked up.
Yeah, that supports that theory, but I mean, we've seen a lot in Ferrari Challenge. I don't think we've ever seen this. And I mean, good luck getting Björn to the podium now, quickly, because he's going to be in demand there. Oh my, oh my.
Wow.
Drama never stops all the way in. You know, I said it, this looks like a done deal for Björn, and I jinxed it properly.
Yeah, you did. He's going to have the right hump with you.
Yeah, I'm sure he will.
Sorry, it's a technical expression, right hump.
Yeah.
Here's confirmation of the result. Gilles Renman taking the win from Björn Grossman and Vincenzo Scarpetta. ahead of Andrew Morrow, Mikael Verhagen, Marco Zanassi, the top three in the Pirelli Am drivers. Then it was Henri Assid, Yasin Ferrati, Quinn Wittlisbach and Hanno Laskowski. They occupy the top 10 positions. Ahead of NM, Max Mugelli, Rafael Duran. Well done, Rafael. Dylan Medler, Gianmarco Marzioletti, Herbert Guys. And ahead of, or behind Herbert Guys was Martin Havas. Then it was Armin Arifpour, and the rest of the order you can see there. So there we have it. I just don't know how much more drama we can have, truthfully. We're going to hear from Gilles Redmans in just a moment, who must feel that, you know, to a point, Nico, despite having pushed as hard as he had, you know, that was a bit of a gift, wasn't it?
Well, you certainly, I think, entering the Parabolic, I wasn't expecting to be the winner interviewee now,
well,
but
let's hear what he's got to say, because Ludovica's with him.
Wow, Gilles, what a debut for you, and what a race. P1, you ended in the first position. Was a very chaotic and crowded start, and then a thought race, but you managed in the perfect way with your car and your team, and you went in the best way.
Yeah, it was an amazing race, actually. I couldn't have asked for a better first race. We had a big crash in the, at the start, then the safety car, and after I tried to get in a rhythm. But when I saw like the last lap, it was the gap to the first one was too big, so I took it a little easy. And then in the last corner, I don't know what happened. Suddenly I saw my competitor turn over to the right. I think he ran out of fuel or something. So we managed to win, kept it on track, and we did everything we had to do.
Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Good to hear from Gilles Redmans, then, who couldn't believe his luck, truthfully. We're going to be hearing from Andrew Morrow as well, who is our Trofeo Pirelli Am winner. Well done, Andrew. Really pleased for him. The driver from Charleshurst, who has put it P1 for Pirelli Am. And that's the car that delivered the victory for him. And he had to defend and defend and defend, but he did it with aplomb. Let's hear from Andrew Morrow now, Trofeo Pirelli Am winner.
Andrew, congratulations. You are the first win in this category in Pirelli Am in Monza for this season. Can you tell us more about your strategy and your feelings to be here?
Yeah, no, I'm delighted with that race. It was good. Of all places to win at Monza, it's pretty special, so I'm happy with that. Just got off a good start at the start of the race, managed to gain a few positions, but Michael and me had a bit of a battle at the start, and I managed to get past him early on and just get the head down and start to pull away, but he was on my tail the whole way through, and it was a challenge, so had to keep the head down and just keep pushing on. But no, a good race. I'm delighted with the result.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well done, Andrew Morrow, race winner here in Monza. Cars lined up behind the safety car. Quinn Wittlisbach looking forward to the start of the race. Trofeo Pirelli and Pirelli Am. Yasin Ferrati really going for it right at the start as well, weaving from side to side. Which way would he go? All the cars into the chicane. Not everyone was going to be able to make it through completely unscathed, and Luigi Coluccio was one of those that got caught out there. Dylan Medler, well, he had to take avoiding action, but did so and kept his foot in. But Yasin Ferrati was making moves as well. So many drivers, and yeah, just a clip, and that was unfortunate, and that would be the end of the race. And Yasin Ferrati getting a touch from Dylan Medler. That would change the shape of things, and Dylan Medler then, he gets a drive-through penalty. Hendrik Viol, unfortunately, he ended up on the side of the track as well. Gilles Redmans was continuing to chase down Björn Grossman, and elsewhere there was still lots going on. The mix of Pirelli and Pirelli Am drivers, it was extraordinary, and this was the battle that was going on in Trofeo Pirelli Am, where Andrew Morrow had to defend and defend and defend as they headed towards the checkered flag. Unbelievable luck for Gilles Redmans as Björn Grossman ran out of fuel. That gave Gilles the win in Trofeo Pirelli, and Andrew Morrow taking the win in Pirelli Am, having defended from Mikael Verhagen for lap after lap after lap. So those were the highlights. These are the race statistics. Björn Grossman making progress of 5 places. Gianmarco Marzioletti of 11 places. And the fastest lap comes from Gilles Redmans and Mikael Verhagen. So we will be seeing our drivers out on the podium next. We'll be seeing Gilles Renmans and Andrew Morrow, of course, on the top steps of the podium. But Pirelli podium first of all. Taking to step 3 will be Vincenzo Scarpetta. This is the podium for the AM drivers, I beg your pardon.
Because I think that Björn Grossman is given a little bit more time to return.
Sent a bus for him. Fair point. Thank you. Marco Sinazzi, Mikael Verhagen. And on the top step of the podium, here comes our race winner, Andrew Morrow. And of course, Charles Hurst will be represented on the podium as well, as here comes the national anthem.
Il nostro applauso per I vincitori.
I'm told Björn Grossman has just made it to the Sony bus stop. Delighted that Antonello Coletta, then Global Head of Endurance and GT, here to make the trophy presentation. Of course, Head of Corsa Clienti as well. He makes the trophy presentation to Marco Zanazzi. Also to Mikael Verhagen.
Il trofeo per il vincitore per
and to Andrew Morrow, our race winner in Pirelli AM. Of course, Coppa Team's trophy will be awarded to Charles Hurst.
E con piacere salutiamo sul podio anche Mario Isola,
and Mario Isola here from Pirelli
il trofeo d'onore
to make the Pirelli trophy presentation to Andrew Morrow.
Chiamo anche Mario e Antonello sul podio.
So everyone onto the podium for the photographs.
Facciamo prima la cerimonia con lo champagne, per cui facciamo prima lo champagne.
Everyone's getting just a bit wary of who's going to be quickest with the champagne here.
Allora ragazzi,
drivers doing everything they should in terms of the photographs first. And then you watch them go for it. It's going to be Morrow quickest with the champagne, told you. He delivered there. Well done to Marco Sinazzi. Björn Grossman has just made it into the paddock. It was Mikael Verhagen P2. And on the top step of the podium, doing a brilliant job. Charles Hurst, driver, Andrew Morrow. Some
e poi completiamo con una
nice
foto sul
photos being
podio.
taken with Antonello Coletta and Mario Isola as well.
La
Drivers' Championship then, Andrew Morrow leading from Mikael Verhagen and Marco Sinazzi. Then it's Henri Acid, Hanno Laskowski, NM, Rafael Duran, Gianmarco Mazzioletti. They are the top 8 in terms of Drivers' Championship points. Up next will be the Trofeo Pirelli podium.
È il podio dei vincitori del Trofeo Pirelli classe AM.
So there, the AM podium.
Still discussions going on about that race, and there was plenty of things to discuss, all the way from the start to the end.
There was. It was an amazing race. Up next, a Trofeo Pirelli podium.
Secondo pilota Björn Grossman.
Björn Grossman.
Secondo sul podio.
Following Vincenzo
il pilota tedesco.
Scarpetta.
E vincitore, un po' sorpresa di questa gara 1, Gilles Renmans.
And Gilles Renmans will be on the top step of the podium. I find it extraordinary.
140 millesimi sul podio.
I'm
Chiamiamo
sure that Björn,
anche
through all
il
that
team
he's experienced in his career, that's a first also for him.
Yeah, I reckon you're right.
Grazie, siamo pronti con l'arrivo del sul
Fagersham
podio
Motors
per
buses
l'inno
will be
nazionale.
represented as well. Here comes the national anthem.
Il nostro applauso
What can you
per
expect
il
from the
vincitore di
Ferrari
questa
Challenge?
gara 1 Trofeo Pirelli, sempre Antonello Coletta, Global Head of Ferrari Endurance e Corse Clienti per
Global
il
Head of
trofeo.
Ferrari
Al
Endurance
terzo
and Corse
classificato
Clienti, Antonello
Vincenzo
Coletta, once again
Scarpetta.
making the trophy presentations. First of all to Vincenzo
Applausi.
Scarpetta.
Il
P3
trofeo
trophy.
d'onore per Bjorn Grossman al rientro nel Ferrari
P2
Challenge.
trophy to Bjorn
Antonello
Grossman.
Coletta. E il trofeo per il vincitore per Gilles Renmans,
And
the
Gilles
winner.
Renmans receiving the P1 trophy.
Trofeo per la scuderia Francorchamps Motor Bruxelles e il trofeo Pirelli sempre presentato da Mario Isola, Head of
Mario
Pirelli
Isola here to make
Motorsport.
the Pirelli trophy presentation to Gilles Renmans.
Mario Antonello, prego tutti sul podio.
Both
Please,
Mario
guys,
and
on the
Antonello
first step
will be
of the
part of
podium.
this
And please
photograph
look,
as well.
On your left for photographs. Thank you.
So
Okay, and now wait a second, please. Mario Antonello out. Okay, and now the show is not over.
here come the top three then. In Trofeo Pirelli, Vincenzo Scarpetta, P3. P2 for Bjorn Grossman. And P1 for Gilles Renmans, Francorchamps Motors, Brussels. And that was the end of the slow-mos of the top three. Drivers' Championship, Gilles Renmans leading ahead of Bjorn Grossman, Vincenzo Scarpetta, then Yasin Ferrati. Quinn Wiedler's back, Max Mugelli, Dylan Medler, Luigi Coluccio. So there we have it then. Our Trofeo Pirelli race is done. The Drivers' Championship calculated. And as we look at some of these fantastic images of the Trofeo Pirelli and Trofeo Pirelli AM drivers, we still have a Coppa Shell race to come before our day one is done. But from Nico and from myself, thank you so much for watching Trofeo Pirelli and Trofeo Pirelli AM live from Monza. Bye-bye for now. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Ferrari Challenge for 2025, our 33rd year of this wonderful one-make championship. And here we are with race one for our Ferrari Challenge Coppa Shell cars in our 2025 season. Some 15 of those cars ready to take to the track here at Monza in this opening round. And wow, what a start to the season we can expect in the sunshine. Yes, weather conditions here at the Temple of Speed are to our liking. We have sunshine and the track is bone dry, and this is the calendar for 2025 with Monza, Misano, Hockenheim, then it's Brno, Valencia, Barcelona, Spa-Francorchamps, and the World Finals Finale Mondiale at Mugello this year towards the end of October. A lot of racing to come before then from the Coppa Shell drivers, as well as all the other drivers that make up the stars in the Ferrari Challenge. Track temperature is 27 degrees, the air temperature 17 with about 6 kilometers per hour of wind. That's the way it looks at the moment. Those are the weather conditions. You can just see the Alps in the background, just through the cloud. And wow, what about the car that you can see just to the left of the Richard Mille safety car here, which is the Fabrizio Fontana car going from P1 on the grid. The driver that was the champion in the 488 Challenge competition last year. A very good job done indeed. This is Eric Chung, who goes from P4 on the grid, very quietly went about his qualifying this morning and finds himself on the second row of the grid. Eric Chung, then always a driver that you can never discount from being on the podium or on the top of the podium. A driver that has raced in the Ferrari Challenge, not only here in Europe, but also in the Japan Series and also in North America as well. Stefano Guy then is the driver coach to Fabrizio Fontana. You can see Stefano Guy there talking to his driver. And Fabrizio was so pleased with his pole position, his 1:44.706, that he shed a tear when he got out of the car. He was very, very pleased with that, and well done indeed to him. Now this is Cristiano Maciel, and Cristiano is certainly a very, very good driver, driving for the FBO Motorsports organization. His lap time of 1:45.048. That's good enough to give him P3 on the grid. Yeah, so second row start for him. And welcome, incidentally, to the Ferrari Challenge. You can see his 171 car. We're just passing on the left-hand side there. Up next, we find Zoe Scrimpias to the left-hand side of your picture and John Dillon to the right-hand side of your picture. Really rather like this walkthrough we do here. After those two, it will be Christian Kinch and James Wyland, if memory serves me. So yeah, the 128 car of Christian Kinch. Very nice to have him back on the grid. And the 107 car, which is going from P2 on the grid, is Ray Acosta. His driver coach, Marco Bononomi, down there with him. And Ray Acosta, a very, very strong driver and one you wouldn't bet against the win here. Right now, though, let's hear from our driver going from P3. That's Cristiano Maciel.
I start with GT Winter Series, so most of the tracks are new for me. So start the challenge, first time ever on Monza. It's a great experience. Be a part of this family is for sure a great pleasure. Be surrounded with other great drivers, sharing the experience, be with a brand as Ferrari and with the knowledge and the experience in racing is indeed amazing. Having this experience with my car on Monza, the main characteristics is the speed on the straight, also the capacity of braking into the curve. So it's indeed quite an evolution facing the 488, the previous model, for instance. My expectation for this season is to improve. That's the main goal. Be a better driver, and then let's see the outcome. Every podium it will be a plus, but that is not my main goal. Is really to get that experience, be faster, track after track, and let's see how we end the season.
There is the Richard Mille safety car that will be leading the cars away. Always a rolling start in the Ferrari Challenge. The formation lap to come, and then 30 minutes plus 1 lap is the race duration. It's deemed a sprint race in the Ferrari Challenge. 30 minutes plus 1 lap. And there the 169 car of Fabrizio Fontana. Just making sure those belts are absolutely as tight as they can be. Now, this is Zoe Skrimpias, who won the Coppa Shell Am Championship last year. Was extraordinarily dominant in that. And he elevates up to the Shell category this year. And his wife, Germana, will be racing in Coppa Shell Am, but Zois will be in the Shell. Based on last year's experience of him as a racing driver, don't bet against him having a good time of it in Shell as well. Poet, don't know it. That rhymed, that did. You can see Fons Skeltermar with the shark's teeth on the 177 car, just going out of the picture on the right-hand side now. There's Christian Kinch in the 128 car. All the drivers, of course, supported by a dealer and a team. And the Ferrari Challenge, then, the most revered one-make championship around the world, whether it be Europe or North America or the UK or Japan or Australasia. It is a phenomenal championship, loved by tens of thousands. There is the 177 car of the Shark's Teeth of von Skeltermar. I think the fins on the door plate are an addition. Don't think I remember seeing the Shark's fins before on the door. So well done, Fons. Great. I mean, Fons, a long-time campaigner in the Ferrari Challenge, and really good to see him back again for another season in this 2025 championship for the Coppa Shell drivers. So Skrimpias then choosing a different colour scheme for this year. It was very much the green and a yellow last year, which is what Germana, his wife, will be using in Coppa Shell Am. Zoe's going for blue and yellow, and very pastel blue, if I may say so, Nico. Not that I know anything about paint.
Sky blue, the sky over Greece, where Zoe's obviously hails from. I'm sure quite equally as fast as last year.
Okay, so much more to Ferrari than just the Ferrari Challenge, like this.
Monza, the Temple of Speed. Not everyone is lucky enough to experience it, to live its essence, its spirit. The calm before the storm. Everything disappears. It's just you. The car and the speed. And Monza.
Wonderful to see the XX programs and Sport Prototipi all playing part of being here at the Temple of Speed, Monza. Founded in 1922, built in the Royal Villa of Monza Park, 5.7 kilometers, 12 turns, 4 left, 8 right. It is Monza, the Temple of Speed, around about 20 kilometers from central Milano. And yes, it is a great place to be for round 1 of the Ferrari Challenge for 2025. Cars released then on their formation lap. 1 lap, 5.79 kilometer stretch then between them and the lights going green. The wonderful Ferrari Challenge 296 cars then, which are loved by these drivers. 3-litre twin-turbo V6 700 HP. And the Richard Mills safety car that we ride on board with right now as we bring you the full starting grid. Going from back to front, Ruslan Sadriv going from P15. From P14, Michael Martin, Manuela Gostner alongside. Then it's Thomas Gostner and Jan Salmon on the 6th row of the grid. It's P12 and 11, von Skeltermar and Oskar Lee Rinzjevic on row 5, P10, P9. James Wyland, Christian Kinch are on the 4th row of our starting grid for Coppa Shell, with John Dillon and Zoe Skrimpias sharing row 3. To row 2, Eric Chung and Cristiano Maciel, who we heard from just a little while ago. Then it is Ray Acosta and Fabrizio Fontana going from the front row of the grid. So for the collection and Ferrari of Miami, Ray Acosta going from P2 and going from P1. It is the Formula Racing driver Fabrizio Fontana.
Hello, I'm very happy to be here in Monza. It's my home, in my home track, and I'm very emotional for this result. I'm in pole, the first time with the 296, and thank you, follow us, follow my team, follow everybody, and thank you Stefano, my friends, my family. I'm so happy for the first time here in Monza in pole position. Yeah!
Fabrizio really lives the emotion of being involved with Ferrari, and as he says, it's friends, family, guests, supporters, fans, and of course his driver coach, Stefano Guy. Fabrizio, though, he's the one that has to pedal the car, and he pedaled the car to P1 in qualifying and put it on pole position. Will he be able to convert that P1 into the race lead? Well, Ray Acosta may have something to say about that, Nico.
Well, a lot of drivers will aim to be in P1 at the exit of that first chicane, but it's a pinch point for everybody, so hopefully the drivers will be careful when they get there, because it can be an expensive first corner, that's for sure. So, cars going into the parabolica, it's only a few meters, the safety car peels off, and then it's up to the front row.
They will control the pace of the rolling start, Fabrizio Fontana and Ray Acosta. Behind them, Cristiano Maciel, Eric Chung. Then it's Zoe Skrimpias and John Dillon, ahead of Christian Kinch and James Wyland. So it's the calm before the storm. The Richard Mills safety car has indeed peeled off into the pit lane. We'll throw the lighting gantry to the top of the screen for you. Fabrizio Fontana already getting the get-go. However, Ray Acosta is not far behind either. Every driver has to go through their grid box. Well, diving, in my opinion, a little early was Zoe Skrimpias, who's put himself into P3. I suspect race control will take a look at that, because I really think he tried to anticipate the lights, and he may have been a bit too anticipatory. We will see. They have access to all the data. Please, with fingers crossed, all the cars making it through the first chicane, all okay. Fabrizio Fontana leading from Ray Acosta. Then it is Zoe Skrimpias, Cristiano Maciel. And there, Fabrizio Fontana doing what he did last year, and that is trying to just build himself a bit of a margin, a bit of space. Whoa, getting sideways there was James Wyland. I think there was a bit of a touch on the back of the James Wyland car, probably from Rinzjevic.
Oh, there is a car in strife.
It might be the Rinzjevic car. So let's take a look. Is it the 1-2-1 machine? It looks like it to me. With the sunlight on our lens, it'll be a puncture, I suspect, brought about by the contact on the James Wyland car, I would think. Fabrizio Fontana leading from Ray Acosta and Zoe Skrimpias and Eric Chung, P4. Then it is Cristiano Maciel. Now, of course, bringing the tyres up to temperature right now. Through this chicane, the Ascari now, where they have... now, let's see here. So you can see James having to pile on the opposite lock there, I think, following contact. But in fairness to Oskar Lee Rinzjevic, I don't know whether he was touched from behind as well. Don't know. So first lap is about to be put in the book, and Fabrizio Fontana leads from Ray Acosta. then it is Zoe Skrimpias and Eric Chung. Love this low camera going into the first chicane. As Ray Acosta, king of the late breakers there, getting right on the back of Fabrizio Fontana. Is he going to get a better exit out of this chicane? Fabrizio has got it all under control as they go to the Curva Grande white now. So Fontana then, the margin is only 4.5 tenths between P1 and P2. Again, under braking. Acosta getting a little bit closer to Fabrizio Fontana, but Fabrizio's known for being really rather smooth. Ray Acosta perhaps altogether a more physical driver, really drives and pushes that car. Now, of course, he's under pressure from Zoe Skrimpias, and Ray Acosta running in P2. Of course, he wants to keep on terms with Fabrizio Fontana ahead, but also has to defend from Zoe Skrimpias. That's why, partly, that gap between P1 and P2 is getting a little bit bigger, I would suggest, Nico.
Yeah, that's very good analysis, and that's exactly what Zoe Skrimpias is doing. He is trying to pressure, and no indication from race control about any investigation for the start. We will find out for sure. You can see that the first 6 have broken away a little bit, but John Dillon is trying to close that gap and get on terms with the top 6. He obviously multiple race winner last year, a little bit out of position like Manuel Agosta in the second part of this grid, so trying to move up the order. Has lost the place actually at the start, and he's trying to recover that.
Yeah, making good progress is Jan Sandman, who's right behind John Dillon, who's moved up 3 places since the start of the race. Jan Sandman, one of those drivers that's moved up to Coppa Shell this year from Coppa Shell-Am, if memory serves me correctly, from last year, and memory does fail me regularly. Zoe Skrimpias under real pressure from Eric Chung.
And those are the other 2 who moved up from Shell, Am to Shell, and Zoe Skrimpias really taken a very more direct line through that chicane, and at the very least that's going to be a tractable excursion on his rap sheet, if you will. And there is a replay of the race start.
Now, see if you can pick this up. Did he go before? I mean, it's really close, isn't it?
Yeah, it was really close. I mean, from that angle, I wouldn't give him a penalty, but obviously race control, as you said, have many more angles. They will have data from the cars, and they will be able to analyze. Was he just in time? Did he time it perfectly, or did he time it too perfectly? If there is such a thing, well, another look from inside the pack. I think it's Eric Chung that we're on board here. And then through the chicane, it was fairly clean, as far as you can be clean with everybody. Well, I say that.
Yeah, well, and those track limits are awarded, aren't they? Yeah, Zoyce has got 1, Eric Chung has got 1, and Cristiano Maciel has got, in fact, just as we say that, 2 and 1, actually. So you get 3, and then you're in strife, aren't you, Nico? Because you get a time penalty, potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got 2 freebies. The 3rd is the final warning, and from there on out, it's the first 5-second penalty. And so within 5 minutes, Zoe Skrimpias actually picked up track limit warnings from consecutive sectors, which is not a good sign for him. No. So he has to be really on his mettle to try and keep it between the white lines. And now he is being chased by Eric Chung, 2 of those drivers, as we said, who were in the Shell-Am, and there is Eric Chung driving to the inside. Zoe Skrimpias trying to come back at him, and I think he has done it. Just cool, calm, and collected. Now Eric Chung is losing out.
Yes, Cristiano Maciel was able to take advantage of that. To be fair, Eric came from a long way back, but he was able to get the car rotated. And Zoe Skrimpias lives to fight another lap. Eric Chung obviously meaning business, but Eric Chung actually losing out to Maciel, who spotted an opportunity and seized that opportunity. And so Zoe Skrimpias now trying to escape the clutches of the 171 car. So there's quite a fight going on for the final podium place here. As you can see, there's a queue of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars. Theoretically, John Dillon chasing down this man that we ride on board with right now, Eric Chung. Eric Chung running in P5 now, the Formula Racing driver, with John Dillon from the same stable right behind him. Eric Chung, who was really rather usurped by Maciel. as Eric was trying to get by Zoe Scrimpias, and he will have another go. I don't think there's any doubt about that, providing he can get on terms with them. In the meantime, James Wyland behind John Dillon also. So, into the Parabolica. Pass number 171, getting a time penalty of 5 seconds for track limits. That's Cristiano Maciel.
And that's early in the race. That is not only 5 seconds, but he is under observation. Zoe Scrimpius also already at 3. So those two, Maciel already with a penalty, and the driver who we are watching through the onboard camera, he has to be uber careful for the rest of the race.
Perilous, isn't it?
And it's not like, oh, you got one penalty and that's it. You get a few more warnings, and then it's up to 10 seconds, 25 seconds, and at some point you get a drive through. It really escalates at some point.
Cumulative effect, isn't it? Well, they're certainly bouncing them across the curbs, aren't they? The 296 Challenge cars. You can see their confirmation on your screen of the time penalty of 5 seconds for car number 171, which is the Cristiano Maciel FBO Motorsports car. This is Zoe Scrimpias we're watching right now, running in P3. The plus 5 seconds put onto the graphics on the left-hand side of your screen as well. So you know that whilst if everything were to finish now on the track, it would be P4. It would not be P4 when you take into account the 5-second time penalty.
John Dillon is closing in on Eric Chung. At the back of this pack, there you can see, there is Eric Chung, and the orange car, that is John Dillon, who is 1.3 seconds behind this pack and has really, really closed down the gap. So he will look to move up, and virtually he's already overtaken Maciel because of that penalty.
Yes, yes, you're right. So, Zoe Scrimpias. Now, what can Cristiano Maciel do? What can Zoe Scrimpias do with regards to penalties for Zoe Scrimpias to get one? He's not got one yet. The only one that's got the penalty is Maciel. Maciel has basically got to finish 5 seconds ahead of anybody else for his penalty to be nullified.
Yeah, that's a tough ask, obviously.
Oh, big ask.
The best he can do is, you know, just keep it between the white lines and try to be as quick as possible. I say that. It's not very easy. Difficult to do, especially when you're in the middle of a battle.
Yes. There is Eric Chung then, P5 at the moment. Chased down by John Dillon, running in that P6. In turn, John has got James Wyland for company as well. On board with Eric Chung, 268 kilometers per hour. Graphics are so good, we bring them to you twice. And split the screen as well. Actually feel the curbs almost through your television screen. It's wonderful. Meantime, Fabrizio Fontana has built up a margin of very nearly a second over Ray Acosta. So kind of replicating his modus operandi from last year, when he would just try and get as far up the road as he possibly could in the early stages of this race, or of any race, and just let everyone else do the battling behind, and he could just focus on nailing every lap and putting each one in the book and maintaining a very, very quick pace. Not necessarily always the quickest, but just quick enough to keep himself in that fantastic position. So completing an entire lap with Eric Chung with the graphics on board as well. So 230, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 kilometers per hour potentially before he gets to the chicane, but great to have that on board, and the graphics and the telemetry. Right, back to the what's going on track. Zoe Scrimpias braking very, very late was Cristiano Maciel, who's got Chung, Dillon, Wyland all for company now. Eric Chung is in the best position he's been in with regards to this Cristiano Maciel car now, absolutely pursuing it. And Maciel then, as Eric Chung dives to the inside, this should be a slam dunk for Eric Chung, and indeed it was. So Eric Chung goes through and picks up P4. We ride on board. Runs a bit wide there, and that plays into the hands of Cristiano Maciel almost. I rather think that Eric may just carried a little bit too much speed there. He saved it, though. And now Martial is vulnerable to John Dillon.
Absolutely, and I mean, John Dillon will know that Martial has that penalty, but obviously John Dillon also wants to get by because he would like to move further up the road and potentially away from James Wyland behind him, who is a very, very experienced racer, and he needs no second invitation if he gets the first one. So that's going to be very, very interesting for the next few minutes. Manuela Agosta was also in that crocodile, who just set the fastest lap. She's coming up on von Skeltemer for P10.
What might propel the Dillon-Wyland combo is Jan Sandman, who's behind them running in P8 as well. And we know Jan Sandman is a lively character who will push and push and push. And Christian Kinch is behind them. So this is all shaping up to be really rather exciting as Fabrizio Fontana and Ray Acosta go through P1 and P2 and into the chicane. They're leaving Zoe Skrimpias in their wake somewhat. As Eric Chung running in P4. There is our race leader, Fabrizio Fontana. We're at 17 minutes remaining, plus a lap of this Ferrari Challenge Coppa Shell Race 1 of the season for 2025. Zoe Skrimpias. And here in replay, Eric Chung then with that move to the inside. Going for the switch back there was Cristiano Martial, but wasn't able to make it work. Thanks for that replay. So Eric Chung
has now been released and now is chasing after Zoe Skrimpias. And Zoe's obviously, repeat, 3 track limit excursions already. He can breathe easy, but when he gets under pressure from Eric Chung, that will be oh so much harder to keep calm and keep it between the white lines. So that's one part of the strategy for Eric, I'm sure. Fabrizio Fontana, no mistakes, best lap last time around, a 1:46.4. His newest makes no difference. Stretching his legs over 2 seconds to the good of Ray Acosta.
Cars sound awesome. They look awesome as well. And yeah, they're all kind of spacing themselves out a bit now. We want them concertinaing up if we were to design how we would like the race to develop. However, Fabrizio Fontana's got completely different designs. He'd be quite happy if there was a month between P1 and P2. At the moment, it's a tad short of that. It's 1.956 seconds, but even so, it's a very comfortable margin he has over Ray Acosta running in P2, then Zoe Skrimpias P3. Before we get into Eric Chung, then it is the big battle going on between Martial and Dillon and Wyland and Salmon and Kinch and Skeltemer and Gosner. Enticing.
Absolutely, and Eric Chung, fastest lap last time around, another first fastest sector deficit to Zoe Skrimpias down to 1.3 seconds, so half race distance.
On the move.
Yeah, this could be shaping up. It's about final podium position potentially.
So there is Fontana going through. Oh, what speed from these challenge cars. And it's this little gaggle, or that little gaggle we were about to see. There's Eric Chung. Always supported by his wife Karine, who is here. There's Daniele Diamato. You can see in the garages there. And John Dillon and James Wyland look completely different trajectory as they head towards the Parabolica. But Dillon sufficiently ahead of James Wyland.
Another fastest lap from Eric Chung, 1:46.004. 1:46.566 for Zoe Skrimpias, so half a second taken out on the last time around.
Wow. Oh, just the back end of the Martial car, just stepping out a little bit on the exit of the first chicane. There's Zoe Skrimpias. Here comes Eric Chung, who's turning the wick up now on Zoe Skrimpias and wants to get a podium out of this. Zoe will be well aware of that. And and he'll stick his elbows out. Let's take a look at the live speeds and the gear selection from those two drivers simultaneously on the graphics that you can see now. If the speed indicator goes from green to red, you know they're going from acceleration to deceleration by using that really rather large middle pedal and braking. Fantastic brakes on these 296 Challenge cars. That's only by the prowess of the acceleration, that's for sure. And there, you can hear it. So there is Zoe Scrimpias. Eric Chung definitely now, Nico, is palpable, isn't he? He's just getting so much closer now.
Now the slipstream really comes into full effect, but oh, that was maybe too much, and he went a little wide. That will maybe give Zoe Scrimpias another turn or so to relax, but it just shows that Eric Chung is really pushing. And remember, Zoe really has to be careful as to not do the same and not exceed the track limits.
Yeah, he can ill afford that. So on to the start finish straight they come then from the Parabolica. John Dillon now having to make a defensive line against James Wyland. James is a bit closer, and that's the fight that's going on for P6. James Wyland just taking a look at the inside line. He's not close enough. John Dillon, perfect trajectory, gets the car rotated nicely. Pinpoint accurate through the exit of the first chicane. And Jan Salmon not quite as close to them as he would perhaps like to be. So there is Dillon and Wyland then. And Eric Chung again, almost welded to the gearbox of the Zoe Scrimpias car now, with 11.5 minutes remaining plus 1 lap in this Ferrari Challenge Coppa Shell, race 1 of the season. Right on board with our driver that is in P4 at the moment, Eric Chung, driving for Formula Racing. Sorry, I just wanted to be quiet so you can hear the gear shifts in the engine. It's almost like a musical instrument. It sounds so good. Under braking, Eric is very good under braking. This is where he ran just a little bit wide last time of asking. This time he was perfectly positioned. And again, going towards the Parabolica, getting very close now. So it's just a bit wide there. Eric gets close. But it's all very well being close. You've got to find a way by. Is he going to be close enough to be able to get the benefit of the draft off the back of the Zoe Scrimpias car and have a go going into the chicane? He's closer than he's been for a while, I think. It's going to be the king of the late breakers going into the chicane. No, not quite close enough. Now, of course, it's also, to a degree, playing into the hands of Cristiano Maciel and also John Dillon, James Wyland, and Jan Salmon, because the more these two start fighting, it will slow their pace down, Nico, and it'll allow the others to get closer.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. No question about it. Maciel obviously still has that penalty, but there is a chance. Oh, and Zois went on the inside, then the outside, and Eric Chung was kind of like a little bit unsure where to position the car as to not bump into the rear of Zoe Scrimpias, and I think as a result he's lost a little bit of time, and that throws him back into the clutches of Maciel to a degree. So he has to start that process all over again.
And it took a few laps, didn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely, 9 minutes, 15 seconds plus a lap remaining. Fabrizio Fontana still 2.7 seconds up the road, so he is in no immediate danger. I say that having jinxed another driver earlier.
You did.
But such doing now. And this is really a nice battle. And it was a battle last year in the Shell Am, but it continues unabated in Coppa Shell.
Again, we run the telemetry on the Eric Chung car then so that you can see exactly the data that is being collated and collected as Eric Chung again, is where he's good, is under braking. Gets really close to Zoe Scrimpias now, accelerating through the long Parabolica onto the start-finish straight. I would say it's almost exactly as he was last time around in terms of distance between the car in front and himself. And is it going to be close enough for him to have a go going into the chicane? I don't think so. We pick them up on our drone camera through the entirety of that turn 1-2 Variante, the Variante to Trofeo. So Eric Chung then, P4 as the sun begins to set here at Monza, within sight of the Alps here in this part of Italy. Different lines altogether. Eric Chung trying to sell Zoe Scrimpias something of a dummy there, I think. And he is as close to Zeus now as he's been. Is Zeus just beginning to feel the pressure a little bit? Bear in mind, we're reaching the final third of the race. The tyres will be behaving differently now to what they did at the beginning of the race. You're having to constantly adapt your driving style to get the best out of the cars and the rubber. Now, Fabrizio, here he is, who's been super smooth. So too, to a degree, has Ray Acosta. They're far enough up the road. Zoe Scrimpias is having to drive with his rear-view screen because there are 3 cars now involved in this potential for the final podium. Bear in mind that Cristiano Maciel has got a time penalty against him, which is like a Damoclesian sword. So a podium is nigh on impossible. Eric Chung now is quicker and closer to Zoe Scrimpias than he's been. He goes for the outside and he commits to the outside, which would become the inside if he can maintain that position. Zoe Scrimpias carries too much speed. Eric Chung keeps to the white lines. Surely that's a slam dunk in terms of track limits, Nico, for Zoe Scrimpias.
I'm afraid so. You always want to see the overtake done on the track, but I think Eric Chung really, and yeah, indeed, the 3 on the timing screen becomes a 4 for Zoe Scrimpias, and I'm afraid that's a 5-second penalty for him, and I'm sure we will see the graphic confirmation very soon. So not on the track, but Eric Chung has done the overtake. He is running provisionally in P3, and with no track limits warnings to his name, he's now in a fairly comfortable position. Now, would he like to do it on the track? Of course, but he did what he had to do. He went alongside and he forced that mistake.
Yes, and sometimes you have to do that. I mean, you know, the whole purpose of running right behind someone is to try and provoke a mistake. And on this occasion, now, was Eric aware of the fact that Zeus had got the number against him? Of course he was. He knew what he'd got to do, and he jolly well did it. Fair play.
Absolutely. And I mean, nobody will think any less of that or will disagree with that. I mean, he pushed the other driver into defensive mode, into a mistake in this occasion. And I mean, Zeus will be the first to congratulate Eric later on.
Yes.
Well done. And there you can see now the graphics has updated, and there is that red bar, which Zoe Scrimpias really would have liked to avoid.
Yeah.
But that means virtually Fabrizio Fontana, Ray Acosta, Eric Chung, Zoe Scrimpias, and Cristiano Maciel. Then it comes down from P4 onwards. It's a matter of gaps, etc. Will certainly advantage John Dillon, will certainly advantage James Wyland, but we will have to wait until the end of the race to see who will finish where with those penalties applied.
You're correct. Here we can see in replay. Yeah. Keep cool and calm while all about you are losing their head. Worked for him, but I rather think he provoked it. Clever driving.
Yeah, definitely. Fair enough. And with 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, Fabrizio Fontana's 4 seconds up the road. And Ray Acosta, as you said, I mean, he has had a really solid day already in qualifying, almost put it on pole, and was leading fairly until the end. And before Fabrizio Fontana overtook him and made no mistake in this race, even though he's been fairly on his own for the most part.
147 under investigation, leaving the track and gaining an advantage in turn 2, and of course the time penalty has been awarded. So there you can see the Ray Acosta car. It's the first one on your screen. Disappearing now is Zoe Scrimpias, Eric Chung, Cristiano Maciel, then John Dillon, James Wyland. Then it is Jan Sandman, Christian Kinch, and Fons Skeltmar and Manuel Agosna, completing the top 11 with 3¼ minutes plus 1 lap of this Ferrari Challenge Coppa Shell race 1 of the weekend and race 1 of the season for 2025. 33 years of the Ferrari Challenge. Now, here you can see Christian Kinch just lining up Jan Salmon and Fons Skeltermar just ready to take advantage if these two factions should fall out. Manuel Agostner saying Nico, despite having made up 2 places, out of sorts in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, John Dillon and Manuel Agostner certainly would have been on the short list of drivers who, after last year's performance, we would have expected to be at the very sharp end.
I agree.
And neither of them has shown the pace to this point. It's early stages in the season. It's early stages. We have 8 events actually this year, so we get 1 extra. But you always want to start the season with a confidence builder, and dare I say, it's not been the case like that for John or Manuela thus far. But there is time.
There is, and do you know what? Different race day tomorrow, and we have seen things turned on their head, haven't we? So yes, be interesting to see. But yeah, they are not where we would necessarily expect them to be. So just under 2 minutes plus a lap as we focus on the John Dillon car then, running in P6 at the moment. Cristiano Marcial ahead. Cristiano Marcial, another one of those drivers with that time penalty. And so net, if it were to finish now, John Dillon would certainly be P5, actually P4 because of the time penalty for Zoe Skrimpias.
Indeed.
Which is not a bad position, but, you know, actually on track you expect, you know, both John and Manuela to be. Yeah, and we'll see. We will see.
As a wise man once said. You.
No, far from it.
Minute and 10 seconds remaining. Yes. The clock says, which is also wise and accurate, plus a lap. And Fabrizio Fontana is up the road. Rea Costa P2, Zoe Skrimpias P3 on the road, but P5 virtually, I believe. With Eric Chung and John Dillon leapfrogging him as things stand by virtue of virtual penalty application. That was a difficult one.
So Daniele Diamato this year, who of course had such a great relationship with Axel Sardigan as driver coach, now offering his coaching talents to Eric Chung, apparently on the radio, because we can listen into that, telling him to just follow the trajectories of Zoe Skrimpias. And knowing Eric as I do, he will listen to the advice that is passed on to him. I mean, we've got just the remainder of this lap plus 1 more. And Daniele Diamato, another very talented young driver who did very, very good things in the Ferrari Challenge in years gone by of yore. Y-O-R-E, along with his father Renato, if memory serves me correctly, as well. And sometimes you had 2 drivers sharing a car. My goodness me.
A long time ago, yeah.
All right.
That was the case. And final lap, Fabrizio Fontana, who, remember, it was last year, was also coming from rallying. It was his first circuit racing, if I remember correctly, last year. So he just continues on that rich trajectory. And so Skrimpias women was the first racing period last year.
Yep.
So in spite of the penalty today, he's really performing admirably and continues to show what a great talent he is.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, to the point where, you know, last year I really questioned what Zois was telling us about. I've never done any racing. Never done any racing. Come on. Come on. And really he hadn't. And yeah, there are some people that take to things like the proverbial duck to water. And I would suggest that Fabrizio Fontana, whilst he may have been used to driving sideways on the loose stuff, he is equally suited on the circuits as well, particularly when you've got such a fine racing car as a 296 Challenge, or indeed the 488 before it, which is what he drove last year. He has driven both with remarkable precision and skill.
No question about it. Really, really good. And I mean, really clean race from pretty much all our drivers here, which is good to see.
Yes, I agree. I'm tempted to say be quiet. They're still out there on track.
Well, last turn, there is Fabrizio Fontana.
Heading towards the checkered flag. He starts the season as he started last season, and the emotions of Stefano Guy, his driver coach, are probably as great as those emotions from Fabrizio Fontana inside his 296 Challenge car. Ray Acosta takes P2, Eric Chung P3, John Dillon P4, then James Wyland, then Zoe Scrimpias by dint of that time penalty. Wow. Fabrizio Fontana said to me, do you know what, Dave, I'm not sure I'm going to do the entire season this year. We'll see how it goes. He said the same to me last year. And then all of a sudden, when he's taking win after win after win, is doing the whole season. Although he missed one round last year, you may recall. Was it Nürburgring he missed?
Yeah, he missed Nürburgring, but he had just wrapped it up at the Castellet the previous round, so it kind of didn't matter for him. And he came back for the World Finals. Good showing there, even though he was picked to the title by Quinn Wietlersbach on the World Final race. But, well, whatever beat he might have missed by his own lofty standards, no more missing beats here in Monza. He's back to his winning ways and doing it in the 296 with very, very established and experienced competition. Possibly even more remarkable. I don't know. Difficult with superlatives, but it is a remarkable achievement.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Coppa Shell is going to be uber competitive this year, Nico, with so many talented drivers, you know. And those newcomers into Coppa Shell certainly acquitting themselves with considerable style, I would say. For the first showing, of course, they'll be racing again tomorrow. And furthermore, they'll be qualifying again tomorrow. And yeah, what we've come to recognize with the Ferrari Challenge is that you can take the form guide of day one. It doesn't always necessarily mean that's what we're going to get for day two.
No, especially when the gaps are so small. And it's that little bit of extra setup, etc. But anyway, this is how it came out today.
Fabrizio Fontana victorious ahead of Ray Acosta and Eric Chung. John Dillon was P4, then it was James Wyland, Zoe Scrimpias and Cristiano Maciel. Jan Sandman finished P8. Then it was Christian Kinch, von Skelterman, Manuel Gostner, Michael Martin, Thomas Gostner, Ruslan Sadriv, and a non-classification for Oscar Lee Rinčević. It'll be a different story potentially tomorrow as the cars make their way into the Parc Fermé area right now. First to congratulate will be Stefano Guy, who's got the door open before the engine is even switched off. Fabrizio Fontana does it again. Come on, let's get him out of the car. Chap made a bit of a Horlicks to the window net there. Here he comes. He'll be welted in an affectionate way by Stefano Guy. There you go. See? Welding him on the back of the crash helmet. Engineers. You win and lose as a team, Nico.
No question about that. But
Ray Acosta and Marco Bononomi, he's driver coach. That combo, you know, Marco and Ray work so well together. And Daniele Diamato and Eric Chung work so well together. And Corinne there, Eric's wife, always there, always supporting him. And well done to Eric. Henrik Kamstrup in the mix as well.
Yeah, Formula Racing, big team. And
Hassan Debussy. The camaraderie is lovely, Nico.
Yeah, inside the teams, but also between the teams. There is a lot of time the drivers and everybody has for each other.
I agree.
Really, really good to see.
Big Tor, I say Big Tor because he's 8 foot tall, from Formula Racing. Sorry, Tor.
I think it's 7.8, but that's beside the point.
He used to be a racer, you know, until they ran out of sunroofs to put his head through because he couldn't fit in a car anymore. Oh, that's it. I'm in real trouble now. Step by. We're going to hear from Fabrizio Fontana then. He's kicked off the season in another fine style for Formula Racing. He is a race winner. Let's hear from him.
Fabrizio, congratulations. What an incredible race, managed in the best way to you and your coach Stefano.
Yes, you know, I'm crying. It's wonderful because win in home track. I'm living Monza. Is fantastic. I thank you, all the team, Stefano, supporter, family. To win in Monza is the best. It's amazing.
And now switch in English. Fabrizio, ti vorrei fare una domanda parecchio seria, arrivati qui. Ti vorrei chiedere quante gare hai intenzione di vincere? Pensi di fare esattamente come l'anno scorso, perché almeno così capiamo come gestire questa stagione?
No.
A serious question, mate. How many races would you like to win like the previous
vincere
year?
è una cosa fantastica qua a Monza, poi che sono a casa praticamente e diciamo
a win here at home is fantastic.
Vicino a tutto il team, vicino a Stefano, vicino a Alberto, a Stefano, a tutti, Luca, non posso dire che tutto il team
team,
e
Stefano,
non lo so, la
so
domanda
on.
dico forse tante.
Perché Alberto incalzava la risposta, voleva sapere il numero.
Non lo so.
Fabrizio, ti lascio festeggiare, grazie.
Didn't know I could translate that well, did you? Here come the highlights then of Ferrari Challenge Coppa Shell Race 1 of our 2025 season. And Zoe Skrimpias looking very determined right at the start of the race. So too, though, Fabrizio Fontana, as all the drivers take to that first chicane. Some shortcut it, some make it all the way around. And thankfully, everyone looking at the data and the screens inside the garages as Eric Chung was putting the chase on Zoe Skrimpias, and what a battle would develop between these two drivers. And it played into the hands of Cristiano Maciel at that particular point. And Cristiano Maciel would take up the prospect of trying to find a way past Zoe Skrimpias, riding on board with Eric Chung as we were momentarily, as Eric Chung then on Cristiano Maciel. Put his nose to the inside, and that was enough to get the overtake done and try and chase down Zoe Skrimpias. And there was one or two moments where it was very dodgy running out onto the gravel, and here Eric Chung and Zoe Skrimpias absolutely side by side. Now, this would be enough for Eric Chung because Zoe's shortcutting the chicane would pick up a time penalty. But for Fabrizio Fontana, what a debut in the 296 Challenge car in Coppa Shell. Stefano Guy, his driver coach, was just as excited about the win for Fabrizio Fontana for Formula Racing in Coppa Shell. We're going to be heading up to the podium very shortly, where we will see the top three. So those drivers that we will see, Eric Chung, Ray Acosta and Fabrizio Fontana.
Terzo classificato, Eric Chung.
Taking P3, here comes Eric Chung.
Secondo gradino del podio per Ray Acosta.
It's P2 for Ray Acosta.
E vincitore, gara 1 Coppa Shell, Fabrizio Fontana.
And top step of the podium for Fabrizio Fontana. And Formula Racing will be represented on the podium as well.
Di questa gara 1 Coppa Shell qui a fianco, e siamo pronti per, attenzione, ancora qualche istante, stretta di mano, posizionato sul podio per l'inno nazionale. vostro applauso per il podio dei vincitori con I trofei che sono presentati da Alessio Rovera.
Trofeo presentation time, Alessio Rovera here.
Ferrari. Nelle categorie Gran Turismo per il terzo classificato Eric Chong.
Makes the trophy
Rovera.
presentation to Eric Chong.
Trofeo
He's
per
got
il
a few
secondo
trophies, you know, in that
Ray
trophy
Acosta,
cabinet of his.
Pilota americano che è giunto
Ray
secondo
Acosta with his
al
trophy.
debutto con la 296 Challenge dopo la vittoria lo scorso anno col
And
Trofeo
then on the top
488
step
il
of the
trofeo
podium,
per il
once
vincitore
again,
Fabrizio Fontana.
it's Fabrizio Fontana.
Another one of those drivers who've got more
Il
trophies
trofeo
than
per il
races
team
entered,
Formula Racing sempre
remarkable,
presentato da Alessio Rovera.
isn't it?
E adesso ragazzi tutti sul gradino più alto del podio, all on the first step of this podium. All,
Everyone
please.
onto the top step
And
of the podium.
look, camera.
Listen to Michele. He'll tell you where to go. Smile for the camera. Now, I think Acosta will be quickest with the champagne.
Okay, wait
Nico.
a second please. And now champagne.
Oh, no, he
battle
won't.
for you.
He's busy yapping, look.
Champagne.
So it's Eric Chung, ahead of everybody. Well done. Well done to all the drivers in Ferrari Challenge Coppa Shell. And of course, they will be racing all over again tomorrow. Top three then, Formula Racing, who made it 2 out of 2 in that, of course. P3 with Eric Chung. For the collection, Ray Acosta. And then top step of the podium, race win for the driver of the 169 car, Fabrizio Fontana. It'll be very interesting to see the championship standings, to see who's at the top. Fabrizio Fontana, ahead of Ray Acosta and Eric Chung. Then John Dillon P4 in the championship, James Wyland, Soy Scrimpias, Cristiano Maciel, and Jan Sandman. They are the top 8 in the Coppa Shell Drivers' Championship, ahead of their race 2 to come tomorrow. Of course, there is qualifying to come from all of our categories as well, where a point can be gained for pole position. So, yes, qualifying not only is important to get as far up the order as you can, but there is the chance of a bonus point if you can take pole position as well. So, podium celebrations done and dusted. All the racing done and dusted. Here at the Temple of Speed. This is Monza, where we open our campaign for 2025 in our 33rd year of the Ferrari Challenge across Coppa Shell Am, Trofeo Pirelli and Trofeo Pirelli Am as well. So many nationalities represented on the grid across all of them. Fantastic racing from the Ferrari Challenge, and what a calendar in prospect we have as well. As you can just see Marto Ferrari down there in discussions. Marto Ferrari, architect of such success, of course, across many, many years with Ferrari. So there we have it then. Done and dusted. Day 1 of our opening round for 2025. From Nico, from myself, from the production team as well. Thank you so much for watching, and please make sure you join us for tomorrow, as we'll do day 2 and we'll do it all over again as the Ferrari Challenge gets the season 2025 underway.